Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilman Lipinski, to lead the room.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please remain standing for a moment of silence for our veterans. And for the invocation, we have Reverend Rick, my son.
Father, as we stand before you tonight, we want to thank you, Lord, for our new police officers who will be inducted today. We ask, Father God, you be with them in a very special way, protecting them. Bless them and their families, Lord, and the rest of our all police officers, fire, first responders. Lord, we just thank you for all those, Father, who make this town run perfectly, Lord, almost perfectly. But Lord God, we just thank you for that. We do pray, Father, for Dave Uzar, who always sits up here, Father, always has something to say because he cares about the town of Cheektowaga. And Father, as he's home convalescing, we ask, Father, that you bring healing to him. Father, we thank you for our nation. We ask your blessing upon our president, upon those elected officials, upon our elected officials here tonight, as they represent us, Father, in the things that we have to go through as far as this board meeting consists of tonight, of all the resolutions. So, Lord, we ask your blessing. We ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. You may be seated.
Councilmember Barbara Bukowski.
Present.
Councilmember Diane Benchkowski.
Here.
Councilmember Anthony Filipski.
Here.
Councilmember Michael Jasinski.
Here.
Councilmember Brian Pilarski.
Present.
Member Vernon Thompson will be coming in late. And Supervisor Brian Nowak.
Present. Thank you. We're going to move on to our first order of business for the evening, which is Resolution 2025-475. If I can, I'll pass it back to you, Madam Clerk.
Resolution 2025-475 is sponsored by Councilmember Pilarski, seconded by Supervisor Nowak. 5 vacancies exist in the position of police officer in the town of Cheektowaga Police Department. The following individuals being and hereby are appointed to the position of police officer at a salary in accordance with the collective bargaining agreement between the town of Cheektowaga and the town of Cheektowaga Police Club. We have Robert Dombrowski of Cheektowaga, New York, Farron Chum of Cheektowaga, New York, Gregory Justin Jr. of Depew, New York, Emily Sirk, Cheektowaga, New York, and Nicholas Wojciechowski of Sloan, New York. These appointments will be effective July 23rd, 2025, and are subject to verification of compliance with the residency law of the town of Cheektowaga.
On the question? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. If the chief can approach the podium.
Good evening. Today's kind of fitting as I complete my 27th year on the department. We're welcoming new recruits into the new blood into the department. So first, let me start off with Robert Dombrowski. So let me introduce you to Robert. He's a town resident. He has an associate's degree in communications from SUNY Erie, and he's currently serving as a dispatcher for our department now. So welcome aboard. Next, I have Farron Chum. He's a town resident. He holds an associate's degree in criminal justice from ECC and currently a peace officer with the ECMC Police. Next up, I have Gregory Justin. He's also a town resident, associate's degree in criminal justice from ECC. Is also a peace officer with the ECMC Police. Emily Sirk. She is a town resident, bachelor's degree in criminology and criminal justice from Niagara University. Fun fact about her, she's a daughter of a Buffalo lieutenant, Buffalo PD. She's going to be joining her sister in the academy as her sister was hired by Lancaster. So the big family affair. Welcome to the team. And last but not least, Nicholas. Nick Wojciechowski is a town resident and holds a bachelor's degree in criminology from the University of Buffalo. Welcome aboard. Thank you very much.
Before we move on, Councilman Pilarski would like to be recognized.
I'd like to make a motion to take item 2025-516 out of order because Dawn has an event at the senior center.
Second.
All in favor of suspending the rules to consider resolution 516 right now, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
There's an event at the senior center right now. So
Madam Clerk.
I'm gonna wait until the end.
Madam Clerk, I think we should just for the record acknowledge the arrival of Councilmember Thompson.
Opposed? Hearing none. Madam Clerk, we're taking up 516.
Will acknowledge that Councilmember Thompson is now present. And since this is a waiver item, I do need a motion and a second to include this in the meeting before we can actually take any action on it. Do I have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Aye.
2025-516, sponsored by Councilmember Bukowski, seconded by Councilmember Pilarski. A vacancy exists in the position of Director of Senior Services. Don Belair of Cheektowaga, New York, being and hereby is appointed to the provisional position of Director of Senior Services, pending the results of the civil service examination at an annual salary of $82,000, effective July 23rd, 2025.
Right. On the question, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries.
Say something?
You please approach. And congratulations.
And thank you very much, Town Board. I really look forward to continuing the great service that the Senior Center has provided to our residents. So thank you. And I'm back to our concert.
Board, the next item on our agenda, going back to regular order, is a presentation from new business. Yesterday, the board received a slideshow relating to a proposed project at Scajaquada Creek. While the clerk has taken a moment to load that presentation, thank you. I've got it behind us. I'd like to invite up the crew to discuss that project. So if you approach the podium, please introduce yourselves, what agency you're from, and why you're here. And then the floor is yours.
Sounds good. Well, hey everyone, thanks for having us today. Really appreciate it. My name is Doug Remman from the Army Corps of Engineers. I'm the project manager for this 1135 Scajaquada Creek project. And I'll just go down the line here, Rebecca.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Cash. I am a planner and biologist that is working on this Scajaquada Creek project.
Hi, Jen Brancho, also a planner and biologist on the project.
Hi, everyone. I'm Carrie Gallo, Deputy Executive Director with Buffalo Niagara Waterkeeper. Thanks for having us here tonight.
Great, thank you. And as each of you are speaking this evening, I just ask that you keep the microphone close to you so the public at home can hear. Excuse me. The floor is yours.
Sounds good. So yeah, we can hop right into it here. So just jumping past this first slide, if you don't mind. So just a quick study overview. So like I said earlier, this is the Scajaquada 1135. It's under Section 1135 of the WARDA from 1986, project modifications for the improvements to the environment. Our non-federal sponsor is Buffalo Niagara Waterkeeper. So we've been working in partner with them on this project through the feasibility phase that we're currently in right now. Our other key stakeholders are obviously the town of Cheektowaga and New York DEC. And this feasibility study was initiated in 2020. Next slide, please. So just looking at the study area here, just want to kind of give you an idea of kind of what we're looking at with that kind of the watershed here and what Scajaquada Creek kind of touches. I just want to quick throw it over back to Carrie just to touch on some things for the greater watershed.
Thanks. I just wanted to give you a little bit of additional context. So you're going to hear a lot about this specific project, but wanted you to also know that Buffalo Niagara Waterkeeper is working on a holistic Scajaquada Creek restoration plan. It's a community-driven plan. We have been doing a lot of outreach and engagement across the whole watershed. I did bring some extra little flyers that I can leave with you here. It's got a QR code if you want to know more about that bigger effort. So just to know that what you're going to hear about tonight kind of ties into something that's all the way from the source of Scajaquada Creek to the mouth in the Black Rock Canal. Thanks.
All right, yeah, we can go to the next slide. So just another quick, just for overview here. So, there's also an FRM project, part of Scajaquada Creek here. The date of that construction was back in the 80s, on purpose, obviously, to help protect flood from the 100-year reoccurrence interval as stated there. That was done with New York State and town of Cheektowaga as well. So yeah, really the purpose of this project is to help bring more environmental benefit from that FRM project back in the day. But nothing that we do as part of this project will affect any of those FRM benefits. And that's been a key piece of this project and feasibility as we have been going along. So I just wanted to plug that quick. And we can jump to the next slide. And I'm going to pass it over to Rebecca quick.
Thanks, Doug. Yeah, so purpose of the project, as kind of Doug was saying, the construction of that Scajaquada Creek flood risk management project required permanent channelization and modification to the Scajaquada Creek and 6 of its tributaries, resulting in those significant adverse environmental impacts. So this study is evaluating the feasibility of implementing ecosystem restoration measures to improve the environment and offset those negative impacts. And the measures that we're looking at, they will maintain the flood risk reduction benefits of the FRM project while also restoring the environment. You could go to the next slide. So some of the problems that we went through of the area currently, there's altered sediment and hydrologic regimes from the flood risk management project, increased stormwater runoff and erosion, degradation of riparian and aquatic habitats, as well as proliferation of invasive species driven by continued disturbance for project maintenance. So our overall objectives are to enhance wetland quality and or acreage, improve riparian and in-channel aquatic habitat, and improve geomorphic conditions of Scajaquada Creek and its tributaries. So this big list was our initial array of kind of what we were thinking. We looked at things from wetland establishment, expansion, enhancement, to riparian buffer, floodplain bench, channel modifications, removal of certain structures, and we looked at it at many measures in multiple different places. So if you go to the next slide, this map, sorry if it's a little bit hard to see, it's that footprint of the flood risk management project, and then those little yellow boxes are where we were considering some alternatives for this project. And through our analysis and assessments, if you go to the next slide, we kind of landed on a few that will provide the most benefit. And we combined those, so these 3 were the ones we landed on. So those are 3 alternatives, and then we also combined these alternatives as well to create, I think, like 6 alternatives. And then, so Jen will talk through how we compared these alternatives next.
Okay, so if you can go to the next slide, please. So here's really the first table of our comparison. And for the board's reference, these measures or these alternatives, I know we went through it pretty quickly. A lot of them look at things like a floodplain bench where we're actually adding capacity to a certain portion of the flood risk management channel while also providing some of those ecological benefits through native plantings and things like that. So there's more detail that we can provide on any one of these. I'm going to focus on the Cheektowaga Town Park alternative because that's our recommendation and kind of what we're bringing to you today for your support. So as you can see, we compare all of the alternatives on how well they contribute to our objectives, how much they meet our goals for this restoration project, and then also their ability to avoid constraints and how much risk is associated with that alternative. The major constraints for this project were related to operations and maintenance. We don't want to increase that burden on the town by having these restoration features. So we're really talking about things that are self-sustaining and actually can contribute to a reduced O&M burden. And then also working around different utilities that are present along the watershed. So here you can see the Cheektowaga Town Park alternative ranks pretty well. You see a lot of different green compared to other alternatives. Of course, the combined alternatives, so 11, 12, 13, and 14, all achieve our objectives a little bit more because they're talking about two different sites. However, they do have different risks associated with them related to power lines that are present on the property that would have to be worked around or geotechnical risks associated with some of the modified banks. So overall on this slide, you can see that the town park alternative reasonably maximizes our contributions to our objectives and avoids some of those major constraints. And then if you go over to the next slide, we also use a couple of defined criteria within the core: acceptability, so compliance with laws and regulations, as well as satisfaction, which considers local preference. That local preference piece came from working with Waterkeeper, DEC, and a couple representatives at the town of Cheektowaga throughout the study process. Efficiency refers to how cost-effective the alternatives are, and then the effectiveness metrics consider how much they meet our project goals. So again, here you're seeing a lot of green on the Cheektowaga Town Park alternative. This is one of our best buy alternatives, meaning it's the best deal for your investment. We're seeing the most ecological uplift from that alternative, and it also has pretty low risk compared to some of the other ones. And so if you go on to the next slide, this is kind of what we're talking about. So we're talking about restoration at about 5.32 acres on the town park property. We're only working on the Cheektowaga side, so we would not be conducting any disturbance on the privately owned side of the creek. And really the thought process here is to create that floodplain bench. So lay back the bank a little bit, create about a 6-foot minimum width of that bench, which will actually increase your capacity of the creek in this area, and kind of plant that with a little bit more native species. So think like a meadow or something like that in the area, and then kind of connect that as you move upstream into a riparian area. So we know that there's a couple of trees already on the property. We would be looking to work around those trees and just kind of supplement that area and make it a little bit more natural, which will also bring a different aesthetic to the town park than in a lot of the other areas of Scajaquada Creek where it's kind of maintained as lawn. The other benefit of this alternative is right now, the operations and maintenance manual of the FRM project does have mowing required, and I know that can be a little bit challenging in a couple areas. The operations and maintenance proposed for this alternative would actually be once annual mowing during the dormant season, so it could be a reduction in the amount of mowing required as we have those native species that are establishing. And I think the next slide goes into cost. Okay. So working with the Corps, for anyone who's not familiar, the Corps doesn't conduct projects on our own. We always work with a partner. We've been working with Waterkeeper on feasibility, but Waterkeeper can't serve as a partner for design and implementation. And so there is a non-federal cost share required for Section 1135 projects. It's 75% federal, 25% non-federal. No cash is required until our next phase of the project, which would be after this report is buttoned up, after we have a second public comment period and actually have approval and sign a new agreement. So right now, the total cost of this project is about, my eyesight's not great, $3.8 million. And the non-federal contribution, $3.9 million. And the non-federal contribution is just under $1 million. The alternative does include a recreational feature, which is cost shared 50-50, and that would be realignment of the trail to support the project and kind of maintain that connection with the creek. We also have an estimate of the operations and maintenance costs. This is really just invasive species treatment and then that once annual mowing. And so these are, I think, probably a little bit of higher estimates, higher contingency associated with them, but ideally would not be a maintenance burden to the town. And with that, I think we can open it up for any questions. Oh, yes.
I'll just quick run through this. We just want to give you an idea. Jen kind of touched on it. So as she mentioned, we are finished up the feasibility study still. So we just need to button up the draft report and the appendices, get that all together. So we're looking to do that shortly here and then get to that next public hearing where essentially the report's going to go out for a public review, 30-day public review. So we'll hold a meeting to take in public comment to kick off that open period. And then also would like to come back before you or make sure you're engaged with that as well. So that's part of the plan here coming up in the fall. And then pending everything going well there, looking to complete the feasibility phase in June after it goes through all our internal reviews. We have a lot of stuff that a lot of internal reviews that have to happen for reports in the federal government, but following that is when we'd look to get to that PPA project partnership phase to have that buy-in from the town and try and get to that agreement of that non-federal sponsor piece. And then this is kind of just an outline pending everything working out. Following that agreement, it would be going into design and then construction, and then following that would be the O&M and the town taking that over from there. So that's kind of like how it would work out from here. But I'll pause. We're good to jump into questions now. We might leave as much time for that as possible. So.
All right, thank you. I've had an opportunity to speak with you guys back and forth in several conversations, so I'm going to open it right to the board. I'll take my questions at another date and time. Start with Councilman Pilarski.
You had said that you would only work on the public portion of the Scajaquada Creek, but from my understanding, both sides are public. It's all town property, no private property that it's on. So would you address both sides of it?
Yeah, so our understanding is that there is a utility that runs along the private side too. So right now our proposal is only to work on the side towards the town's property. And then we may also, I'm not sure what the parcel line looks like off the top of my head, but there does have to be some allowance for work too. So depending on how close we are to the private property, that might be a limiting factor as well. So right now we're just proposing working on the town side.
The side inside the park itself.
Yeah.
Not the side where the residents are.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Councilman Filipski.
Probably gonna sound stupid. What's riparian?
Riparian is along the stream bank, so kind of like as you're moving uphill from the stream, it's that area.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry, it's a
That's all right.
habitat term.
I'm just used to seeing bank, not riparian.
yeah, sorry. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Council members, questions, comments, concerns? Councilmember Benchkowski.
I think I need more detail here. This is just being thrown at us. So what exactly, can you get into more of what you want to accomplish here? A little more detail, like what are you planning on those banks again?
Yeah, so if you could go back a couple of slides to where right there. So if you look at this map, and we have a printout that I can share too that has a little bit more detail. We're still working on the final stages, so everything's kind of watermarked draft. But in that light green area that you see, that is going to sustain the low flow for the channel. So your base flow, if you haven't had rain, will be in that portion of the channel. And then that kind of teal color is where the banks are going to be. Right now, the banks of the channel are kind of trapezoidal. And so we're proposing on the one side towards the town park, laying that bank back a little bit further. I think it's either 2-to-1 or 3-to-1, and we're going to lay that slope back so it's gentler there. And then there will be a flat portion, the floodplain bench. That area is going to be vegetated. So we're going to plant mostly herbaceous plant species in that area. And then the bank will kind of come up again, up to where that pink stretch is. And that pink stretch is going to be basically where the ground is right now. We'll reach that elevation again. And in that area, we have a little bit more flexibility with what we can plant. So we might plant herbaceous material, we might plant shrubs, we might plant trees to kind of create that functioning habitat while also moving the trail over, so that way you can still have that recreational access and that view of the creek. That'll kind of create that whole transition of habitat that's been cut off since the flood risk management project really focuses on keeping all of the flow within that channel, that trapezoidal channel, and doesn't really provide consideration to habitat. So this is kind of retaining that functionality while also providing a little bit of habitat refuge.
And you've talked to the DEC about this already?
Yeah, so DEC has been involved in this project since the early stages. We had a charrette back in 2023 maybe, with DEC present. So we've been talking a lot with their flood risk management folks, not to speak for DEC, but we have they seem to be supportive of this option, but they have been part of the conversation the whole time, so.
Councilman Flipsky.
It was kind of my question. I don't know if you're aware we're under consent order. Does this have any bearing on that in any way?
I think it would, but yeah.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. No, is the short answer. It will not. I mean, in theory, this project, and I'm speaking from the waterkeeper perspective, right? Everything that we would be doing here would be helping to improve the water quality in the creek. I mean, if you spend a lot of time over there, you look at the creek, you can pretty easily tell that the water quality isn't the best right there. So this project is not designed to specifically address some of those overflows, but it will provide some water quality improvement by being able to intercept some of that water, especially when you get at rain events, and kind of provide filtration for some of those nasty pollutants that are present. So it will help in that way, but it will not address your consent order. I just wanted to add that what Doug just gave you all is a rendering that Waterkeeper produced, and the purpose of that was to help the everyday person visualize what this might look like other than a flat perspective. So what you're looking at there is if you took a cut through one section of this project, just a typical section of what that might look like to give you the user experience. You'll have opportunity to, still kind of wander throughout the project area on that trail, getting up close to the water, but being in a little bit more nature-oriented environment.
Yeah, I just want to add into, we want to keep this iterative, right? We want to get your input, and we want to kind of use this as an opportunity to get in front of you and hear what you had to say. And, we're open to, if you have questions after this, flow them through us. We want to make sure we get you all the answers there. So just wanted to, this is really our main goal is just, get in front of you, tell you about the project, and keep that open line of communication going as we keep moving along. So that's really our big goal for today. But I just wanted to plug that quick.
I see a few on this side. Councilman Jazinski, then we'll go to Mr. Pilarski again.
Using any heavy equipment to make this project to fruition?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure what kind of equipment, but yeah, I would say it'll be heavy equipment. I can't remember exactly where the staging area that we're maybe proposing to be. I think it's right along maybe like that southern end, maybe in that parking lot area. I think we were kind of contemplating, but to answer your question, it'd be heavy equipment to be able to build what we're looking to do here.
Do they use fossil fuel?
Most likely, yes.
So what is your plan to prevent any spillage to go into this?
So, I don't know, Jeff, you got something there? Yeah.
Yeah, so we do have, as part of the feasibility report, an environmental assessment will be integrated into that document. So that will go out for public review and address air quality and those types of things in more detail. But typically we do during the design and implementation phase, so after a new project partnership agreement would be signed, that's when we prepare our construction plans and specifications. That will include kind of like those requirements for our contractors to avoid spillage. I don't imagine that there would be any fueling happening on site, but it'll include those requirements for any spill control or anything like that. And all work will have to be done in accordance with permits issued by DEC to support construction.
So there'll be no fuel trucks on site?
I wouldn't imagine, but I would have to defer to our environmental assessment for more detail on that. So, but I can take that question back as well.
Thank you.
Pilarski?
So you had mentioned that there's a 25% match. Now, does that come from the town of Cheektowaga and our taxpayers, or is Waterkeeper, the CBO, lead on that? And we're going after, Ralph Wilson Foundation. I see you already have some of the ones that fund projects like this. So, or are those off the table already because they're funding the first part? Like, how does the funding piece all work?
Yeah, so from the course perspective, and then I'll invite Carrie to talk about kind of the local perspective. When we do our projects, we just can't accept any other federal funding as part of the cost share requirement. So you couldn't get like a NOAA grant and have that match your be your 25% contribution. But other than that, it's really kind of like on a local responsibility to find that cost share requirement. And I know that in the past, some have used grants, others have used capital funds. But I'll defer to Carrie for any Waterkeeper perspective.
Yeah, so when we work as a cost share partner, and we do this pretty regularly with the Corps of Engineers, it's a great way for us to unlock those federal dollars and kind of leverage their impact. So our match almost always comes from either a state grant or a private foundation. So once this feasibility phase is over, Waterkeeper, it's not like we're going anywhere, but we will no longer be the cost share partner. And so that commitment by the foundations, that's completed. So they would be one option, one opportunity for looking for additional dollars so that you didn't have to go to your taxpayers and find that money somewhere else. So grants are a great source. State grants are also a really great place. And a lot of the state grants right now, fortunately for you, unfortunate for us, our municipalities are eligible, not-for-profits are not. So that's something that Waterkeeper would be happy to continue working with the town of Cheektowaga and trying to find something, trying to help you put it together. That's work that we would do just on an ongoing basis as in good partnership. So I wouldn't let that be the scary thing, but I completely understand that that's a barrier that we have to address.
Definitely a scary thing. I mean, tight budget here, cuts everywhere
totally
and whatnot. So
understand.
I'd hate to see that we're almost at the finish line and then we don't have $1 million because that would be the match, $991,000. And then we don't get past that finish line. So that's a concern of mine.
Yeah. One thing I would point out, and again, I just say this with my Waterkeeper hat on, having done these cost share agreements before, is that they are nice and that they have these phased breaks. So, once we're done with the feasibility stage, yes, the desire would be to carry the momentum forward and move right into the design space, but there's a separate agreement, there's a separate process. So it'd be great if it could happen right away, but also it could happen a little bit down the line if there needed to be a period to raise money, write grants, that part.
Councilmember Benchkowski.
Okay, so you're designing it. Who's constructing it? We are, or?
I'll let the Corps speak to that question.
Okay.
Yeah, so the Corps does not do the construction ourselves. We will put it out to bid after the design and the specifications are all set. So that'll come later. But I think we wouldn't know who the contractor would be until later. But yeah.
And the operations and maintenance, that's ours, the towns, or?
Sorry, just to finish that last point that Jen was saying. So we still have, as part of USACE, when we contract that out, we have CORs, construction representatives that are part of that process as well, just to ensure everything's being done the right way. And, safety is, top priority and everything like that. So it's not like we contract it out and then we kind of step away. We're still a part of that process through it all and through completion and getting to that O&M piece, as you just mentioned, which from that point to once we hand over, I'll let Jen get into this, but essentially there's going to be like an O&M manual that's going to be developed pending the completion of this project, and that would be handed over to the town, and that would kind of relate back to just that invasive species treatment, all the things, the mowing and stuff like that would have to happen in the future just to maintain the work that's been done. But I'll let Jen add a couple more things to that.
Yeah, really for the O&M requirements, there's no kind of like restriction that the Corps puts on it besides the expectation that they would be done to sustain the project benefits. So the mowing and the invasive species treatment are not expected to be like too labor intensive. If the town's able to do those in-house, then that's perfectly acceptable. If a contractor would be necessary, that's kind of deferred to the locals.
Well, I can tell you right now, that's going to put a burden on the town taxpayers because we're going to need personnel to mow and take care of this area. So besides the cash match, we're going to have to take care of this forever long it's going to be there. And it doesn't look like a very easy thing to even mow around trees and some of these shrubs. And I think we'd have to talk to our Parks and Facilities Department.
Yeah, and we're happy to facilitate a conversation, talk more in detail about what's reasonable for the town to take on as we refine our planting plan. Right now, the banks are steeper than they would be after the project, so hopefully that alleviates some of the mowing challenges, but we're happy to kind of refine those details in the planting plan in collaboration with the town.
Do you have a maintenance plan for this project once it's done? And do you have a plan to prevent any future contaminants getting into this thing? Or any debris, trash, garbage, bottles?
Yeah, I'll speak to kind of the maintenance plan and then I'll pass it over to Carrie to talk about some of those other pollutants. The Corps does not have an authority to address those other pollutants, but it is something that we've kind of talked about because it does impact project success. So the maintenance plan right now, we expect that the invasive species treatment in the plant community should be self-sustaining after 5 years. So that invasive species treatment cost does kind of go to zero after 5 years right now. At that point, it would just be that mowing to sustain the flood risk management benefits. So once per year during the dormant season. We will also, as part of our restoration projects, the Corps does have a period of time after construction. It can be up to 10 years where we do monitoring adaptive management to make sure that the project is functioning as intended. So there will be a little bit more Corps oversight for a period of up to 10 years after construction completion that will
Involved for a period of 10 years.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And then, of course, we're always available. I mean, our inspection of completed works group goes out to look at the flood risk management channel as it is right now. So we're always happy to weigh in as needed. And then, Carrie, if you want to talk to the trash and others.
Yeah, so more on the local scale, there's a couple of kind of lighter lift things that Buffalo Niagara Waterkeeper can offer to deal with more of the trash aspects. So I'll start from lightest lift to the heaviest, and there's only 3. So the first one, the town already participates in, which is our annual spring cleanup program. So again, that's a great springtime. Every spring, we do, the one-day event where we come in with a bunch of volunteers and basically clean up all the trash. That's a once a year thing, so not the end all be all. The second sort of step up from there is that we have a solo sweep program that we've been building for quite a few years that's gaining traction, and that would be really great for, if we could get a handful, 3, 4, 5 of committed community members who want to do solo sweeping on a regular basis. It kind of mimics the cleanup program and it gives them all the infrastructure so that it's really just a matter of, it becomes a community-driven cleanup initiative at that point with some oversight and assistance by Waterkeeper, if you will. And then the third option is a much more structured option, and this for us is a fee for service, so it wouldn't be something that, there would be a small cost to it, but this is what we do for Forest Lawn Cemetery, which was a project that was completed also in a cost share agreement with the Corps of Engineers. So we have a Restore Corps program, which is our own adaptive management for restoration projects that we're a partner in, and basically it's our staff, our trained interns, and our some of our dedicated volunteers that again, for a small fee for service, we come in and do, what does the site need? What's going on here? What's the problem? If it's trash, if it's invasives have come in, whatever it is, on an annual basis, we'll do that assessment and then we'll manage it. So that's something to consider. And we're a not-for-profit organization, so unfortunately it's not a free service, but in the scale of things, it's fairly inexpensive. So.
That you're going to have like a public hearing so that the residents that back up to this creek.
Correct.
Looks like that's going to be a lot of vegetation for mosquitoes and harboring other things in there.
So we did have, and again, I can defer to the Corps on this, but we did have one public hearing already. We also did a community walking tour just recently in the town park where I think we had about 25 people turn out, and that was a really great event. Again, giving us feedback. What are the concerns from the community? What can we do to make this, more interesting? And then we're going to be having, again, that third public, more of a formal public space where people can come to a room like this and see a presentation and interact and answer questions.
We didn't know about that. Did anybody know about that? I don't know.
Go ahead. Do you want to?
Yeah, so hasn't been made, that appointment or date hasn't been made yet.
No, but the other two you had already?
So for our NEPA scoping, the initial scoping, we had that, gosh, that was, last year. We sent out, I think we sent out postcards just to everyone for that. So, but yeah, I think we had a couple members of the town there. I'm pretty sure we had, I want to say, maybe a council member. I think there was a meeting that night potentially. I can't remember off the top of my head, but yeah, we'll make sure to keep you in the loop on all that and make sure that your presence can be there for those kind of interactions, especially moving forward. And it should be November timeframe for the next one, but it depends on when we complete this draft report and appendices. So,
Councilman Pilarski.
And I recommend you guys exchanging contact information with Kenny Young over there, who is the president of the Town Park Community Association. That is where they meet, right there at the Alexander Center, right with the Scajaquada Creek right there. He'd be a great point of contact in drumming up the residents.
Yeah.
They were at my meeting, nobody came.
Yeah.
Nobody showed up.
And Ken, if I'm not mistaken, is a member of our Scajaquada Creek Restoration Plan Community Advisory Group. So, I feel like we've done a lot of engagement with the community, and we've done our very best to promote and work through our contacts with the town to keep you all informed. So, apologies if we haven't done a good enough job. We will continue to work at that.
Sounds like you guys are already on it, though. Really, I mean, if you're already linked up with Ken Young over there, that's his territory. So, great.
Thanks.
Oh, before we go any further and close this out, we were talking a little bit about the financing, and I think in the last call that we had with myself and some of you folks, the idea of in-kind as part of the cost share came up. Can anybody speak to that about what's been done historically and what's possible in terms of in-kind cost share?
Yeah, so we are doing work in kind right now for the feasibility study with Waterkeeper. So it is an option also in the design and implementation phase. It does require some additional conversation that we can continue to have. But if there's services that the town is able to provide, like things like survey crews or anything like that to help inform the design, as long as it's part of the federal scope of the project, we are able to request approval to credit that. So there is a minimum, I think, of 5% cash cost share required in the design and implementation phase, but we do credit for the real estate used, and then we can continue to look at opportunities for work in kind, including like engineering services or those types of things.
And just to clarify, is that 5% of the total project cost? So it would be, or is it 5% of the non-federal share?
I will have to double check that and get back to you. I don't want to give you wrong information.
I know, I appreciate that because those can be significantly different dollar amounts.
Right.
Thank you.
And I'll also offer to you too, if the town is interested and wants to have kind of a conversation with your legal department, we can also connect you with ours who would execute the agreement with you guys. But in the meantime, we'll get you as much information as we can.
Wonderful. Thank you. That sun's really getting in my face. Who is that? Oh, Vern.
Are we still asking questions or?
Yeah, I just got a little comment with this.
Hey, Rick, if just a moment, if we can give Vern an opportunity to get his questions in, and then we'll let you approach.
Just wanted to know if there were any other municipalities that you've had similar projects in that you could speak to.
So in terms of this specific authority, I'm not aware of another one that the Buffalo District has done because this authority does modify other completed core projects. It's a little unique, but we have done a number of restoration projects in the area. I know we did the forest lawn with Waterkeeper, but we have also done a couple in the city of Buffalo and in the surrounding area. So I can get you some more concrete information on that.
Yeah, I'd just like to know where and what those projects look like today and, what changes were made and just so you can have an idea of something to compare to.
Yeah, we can look into that information for you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yep, thank you.
With that, the highway superintendent, if you'd like to take a quick moment to speak on this, and then we'll close this out.
Yeah, I've been to a couple of their meetings. I was at the meeting with Kenny's organization. They were here speaking about it, and I was at one of the walkthroughs with them. This is a good project. It actually saves us money on cutting because these areas
that they're going to take care of. They're going to be grasses that you want to keep up. We don't have to trim them. We don't have to maintain them. So we just have to work around them a little bit, which is easy on us. So it does save us a little money in the long run. And from looking at this project, I mean, like Forest Lawn, they got steelhead running up into Forest Lawn Cemetery. I mean, they can continue up. The water quality's there. They'll come up and breed and make more fish and build our environment. This is what we need in our town. We want to take these creeks. We got 18 miles of creeks we maintain right now, and that's a big crew we have. This will help us, and this could be done on other creeks. You got Slate Bottom Creek. That needs improvements. So this can be done all over and make the environment better for all. Thank you.
All right.
Councilmember
Benchkowski.
I just want to give you a couple comments that are on YouTube.
Okay.
Let's see. Gary Borick commented, when we have a heavy rain, the creek fills up the sides of the bank. He actually lives behind this area. I know he's on Victoria, not far from where Kenny is. So when we have a heavy rain, the creek fills up the sides of the bank and leaves a lot of stuff along the bank. Will the filtering increase the problem? He also mentioned stuff like you wouldn't want to pick up yourself. So will that help the situation or not?
So wetland features or features like the floodplain bench typically filter out pollutants that you might not visibly be able to see, like sediment or things like that. Actual trash or floatables are not going to be able to be filtered in the same capacity. So that would still require, manual removal as it does right now.
Mm-hmm. No, I think that's it.
All right, we're going to throw it back to the group here if there's any final comments you wanted to share, and then we're going to move on with our agenda.
Yeah, nothing else from our end. I just want to thank you again for the time today and all your questions. Again, if you think of anything else after this or anything that pops in your mind, just let us know. Get in contact with us. I know the supervisor has our information. So we just want to stay in touch, stay in contact, and keep this moving forward. So thank you again for your time today. Appreciate
it. Thanks for being here. And if you have any documents following this board meeting that you want to share with the town board, you can send them to me directly. I will forward it to the board members for their review.
Perfect. Thank you.
You all have a good night.
Supervisor?
Yes.
I just want to make the board aware that the town is responsible for the operation and maintenance of the flood control project. And that part of Scajaquada Creek is part of the Scajaquada Creek flood control project. So we are maintaining it now.
I'm sorry, what was that, the last part? We are what?
We are maintaining that section of Scajaquada Creek within Town Park currently.
Right, so do you feel that that's going to help or hinder when they come in for the inspection? I don't know what they really require. I've been in one of them.
I think it's going to be a little bit less mowing now because there's going to be less of an area for us to mow the grass, because I think part of it, the idea is to keep it in its natural vegetated state. So I think it'll be a little bit less.
But then there's this other part here with these little trees and all that. That might be, it's in section 5. Woody vegetation, small trees, planted.
I don't have that graphic in front of me currently, but
I think that's going to be harder for you to go around all those trees rather than just go up and down the bank.
Well, is there anything you'd like to say to address this question, and then we'll take this up understood. We'll take this up at a different place and time?
Yeah, the trees are actually beyond the boundary of the flood risk management maintained area. So that area would not need to be mowed. The intent would be that it would be self-sustaining. But as far as the flood risk management requirements would be, that is kind of like an uncontrolled area compared to
But we
below.
still would have to mow that. You can't leave it not mowed. There's people, the paths are around there.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to plant additional trees is what I'm thinking you mentioned, right?
That's the current concept. Those details will kind of come to fruition in the next couple of months and also in the detailed design phase. But if there is a restriction on the town's end to the types of vegetation that you would like to see there, we can also consider lower height plants as well. But yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next item on our agenda is the public comment period. At This is an opportunity for residents to comment on matters involving the town of Cheektowaga. Each speaker may speak only once. Each speaker shall be limited to a maximum of 3 minutes speaking time. Our first speaker for public comment is B. Williams.
Hi, my name is B. Williams. I live on Pleasant Parkway. I would like to speak today about Resolution 2025-498, specifically about Pleasant Parkway being included. However, I would also like to touch on all infrastructure-related projects being proposed this week. Bit of background on Pleasant for those of you who weren't here when it started. Pleasant was first brought up for sewer and highway repairs on March 12, 2024, alongside many other streets, including its neighboring street, Shanley. There was a back and forth between the town council, highway, and sewer department until May 28, 2024, when the bonding was approved for the project. This would lead me to believe that the funding for the proposed project to completely redo Pleasant, including sidewalks, curbs, easements, and trees to look like Shanley, was included. Shanley was completed last year and ground was broken on Pleasant in September of last year to update our sewer system. This left a patchwork of asphalt up the entire length of Pleasant since then. There have been numerous deep potholes that have opened many patches, and currently we sit in a state of limbo where no progress has been made since I called on June 27th to report 6 additional potholes to the highway department. A large cone was placed over one pothole, entirely blocking the lane of traffic, and the rest were left unattended. In addition, there's a 4x8 road plate and 6 other cones on the 1,400-foot stretch of Pleasant. I understand a notice to bid was put out last meeting for equipment and operators, which is why I don't fully understand why Pleasant is on the agenda again this week if the funds were already approved last year. I would also like to ensure the entire scope of the project as proposed last year is being met this year, as so far that has not been made clear. As for the remaining infrastructure projects on the docket, some members of the board are speaking out online about these improvements being bid so late. I would like to remind you that there was a lot of uncertainty and turmoil this year within the town council. Great example of this is April 8th, 2025, Councilmember Bensikowski sponsored a resolution to place an emergency freeze on spending that lasted only 2 weeks. The resolution needed to be rescinded at a later meeting by 2 other members. It was also around this time that the agenda was being consumed with how often the board should meet, going from weekly to monthly to bi-weekly, effectively cutting opportunities for a resolution to make it onto the agenda in half. This council has spent so much of spring and summer bickering over trivial matters instead of urgent improvements to the town's crumbling infrastructure. In early spring, these bids should have been going out, but the aforementioned issues would have made this difficult. Yes, it is late in the season to begin doing this work, but it is not so late that it is impossible if you approve it today and make strides in the right direction. My concern is that you stated a desire to wait until November to put out bids and completely skip the 2025 season. It is not appropriate to wait until after the election and postpone progress in fear of upsetting your voting demographic. We've seen so far this year and last, everything gets kicked down the road. It's obvious that we are months behind, and it doesn't seem like many of you are willing to help catch up and would prefer to fall further behind. I hope we can all work together today and make some much needed improvements to this town. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dan Collender.
Good evening. I see we have a lot of projects on here for some more bonding. Our town loves the bond. I'm going to remind you again, we have $74.5 million worth of bonding debt. This year, next year, we have approximately $1 million coming off from 26, 27, 28, 29, right through 32. Well, 27 to 32, 28 to 32, 4 or 5 years. We have 0 coming off. So you will only be adding to it. You know how much bonding you added last year? You added $25 million in bonding debt. Okay, we had $55 million of bonding debt. Now we have like 74.5. The numbers might not be exact, but that's about where you're at. And Mr. Kraus, if you can explain to the board what our liabilities are, or I can toss some of the number out and then you can explain what all those liabilities are that are in a comprehensive financial report. I don't know if any of you have read that yet. I'm still reading it and still trying to comprehend it. There's like $367 million in long-term debt between the bonding. 212 of that is, 213 of it is for employees, long-term benefits. Okay, those are commitments the town has. Okay, who's the town? Where's the town's money come from? Comes from taxpayers. So if we keep spending and spending and spending and not increasing revenues, okay, somewhere else other than taxes, you'll all get the award for, most popular person for U-Haul, salesman of the year for U-Haul when everybody moves out of state. They're going to move out of this town. We have just way too much debt, $367 million. And if Mr. Kraus, if you can elaborate on that and explain what all the liabilities are, because it's not my expertise. I look at the numbers and I probably make assumptions I shouldn't make, but a liability is not a revenue. Correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct. Yeah, the comments are to be directed towards the board, but.
I know, but you guys aren't listening.
Our next speaker is Janice Irish.
Good evening. I am here also to
Hi,
talk
Janice.
about Pleasant.
Can you bring the mic down, please?
Thank you. Pleasant Parkway Resolution 2025-498. I am not as well prepared as the young lady who was here before because I just found out about the board meeting last evening. But I have lived on Pleasant Parkway for approximately 32 years, and it's an absolute shame. I mean, my property taxes have skyrocketed since I've lived in this home to an exorbitant amount of money. I pay more than people who live in Clarence pay. And obviously I am not getting what I'm paying for when in over $7,000 a year in taxes. The street is deplorable. I have to go basically 2 miles an hour in order to get to work so that I don't break a rim or do worse damage to my car. Or, you have people still trying to fly down our street, and then they hit those potholes, and, God forbid if one of the children are on the street and they lose control of their car. I'm hopeful that none of you want to be responsible for the injury or death of a young child. I'm certainly very hopeful that you don't want to be. So it would be nice that you kind of get your act together and take care of our street when, yes, it should have been done last year. And several months ago, I saw them out, putting the lines and the numbers in the road. And I asked the gentleman, are you finally going to get to do our street? Because we are quite tired of having, this disrepair and that going on. And he said, well, I guess you'll have to ask the town of Cheektowaga because they're the ones delaying it. And it's obvious that you are. So I hope you can get your act together because, yep, elections are coming up and people do remember these things. And I certainly will make sure that to let everyone I know in the town, I've been pretty much a lifelong member of this town. 59 of my 61 years have been spent in the town of Cheektowaga. So I hope that you do a much better job than you're doing right now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lewis Irish.
Explain to them why this has to go on again on the waiver items?
Sure. If you want to take a quick moment, council member, then we'll hear Lewis's comment.
Okay. All right. The reason, my understanding, I was told, is the notice to bidders did not go out in the Cheektowaga B. Michael, can you confirm that? What happened? That we have to put another notice out because it wasn't in the B? That's what you told me.
That's the understanding I have is it didn't go out on time. That's 517. 498 is the 284 agreement.
Who did you talk to anybody?
I didn't talk to anybody to be direct. I got that through the.
It was not in there.
We could deal with that offline. I just told her it was a delay in getting that published. So.
This is the second time it seems like it's happened, and this is a critical. I agree with them. I went down Pleasant, and I understand your concern. To be left like that all winter, it's crazy that happened. This is why I don't think we should be starting a notice to bidders now in July and wait 3 months and get more bidders in November because they're never going to get this done, just so you know. And start ripping up roads now in August and September makes no sense. It should have been done. You're right. Absolutely.
Thank you. If we can give Louis his opportunity to speak.
Oh, thank you. As my wife was here earlier, we've been here for 32 years, and this is my first time ever here. So I'm not someone always complains or anything like that. It's just I measured some of the potholes. They're actually 4 foot across, and big traffic barrel was right in the middle of the road. So I was going to say, just worried for the winter, you just can't leave that thing sitting there with the plows going by and everything else.
In your cars.
Yes, ma'am.
How are your cars handling the mess?
I'm just driving very slowly around them. And
Good.
So just want to say, thank you for addressing this. And actually, someone out there, thank you so much.
You're welcome. We're working on it. It should have been done sooner. I understand.
Thank you.
I don't know why they waited.
Have a good evening.
Thank you, Louis. Our next speaker is Eric Hemphill.
My name is Eric Hemphill. I'm back before the board as an ongoing problem. I have my address. I was here last month to bring the problem to your attention. Even before that, I tried to reach out to the town over through the phone, and I got shifted around, and somebody said they'd call me back, and I didn't get no response. So I came to the meeting last month to address the issue of sidewalk that's in need of repair from the tree that's on the street side that just tore up the street in front of my home. And it's also large branches periodically fall off the tree, which sometimes I park my car there and I'm just, fearful of that happening, tree branch damaging my vehicle. But the sidewalk it's been raised up and it's cracked and things of that nature. I'm new to the property as it is, only been there 2 years. So, but it's I can see where the sidewalk is all.
Your address on here?
Last month, I brought you photos, gave you my phone number, my email address, and I haven't heard anything from anybody. And so I'm trying to get some clarity of when you guys may get back to me or when you may possibly address that issue and do something, because I'm also concerned that somebody get hurt out there and then they try to make me liable for their injury because of the sidewalk is all disrepair.
Regarding the sidewalk, we had a meeting after the last meeting prior to this one dealing with sidewalk questions. On the tree trimming, I believe our highway superintendent is here. We can talk about getting him out as soon as possible, our tree trimmer to work on that particular issue. And I'm sure we have your phone number in our records and all that if you've called them previously, and we'll work on getting the tree piece. The sidewalk piece may take a little bit more time, but as I said, didn't have an answer for you on that part because we needed to work through some of the details on how the downtown is dealing with sidewalks in light of recent changes and desires to go a different direction on things. But I can get work done on that tree for you. We'll work on the sidewalks and I'll get back to you on that.
I think, though, what he's saying, it doesn't have to be trimmed. It's too big, right? The roots.
It's huge.
So that has to go through code enforcement. So I'm looking up the address right now.
But I know you said tree branches falling in that. Having the tree trimmer taking a look at that'll make some progress on the issue. Does that fully settle it? I'd agree that it wouldn't, but that gets something done for you to help out.
Okay, and then the sidewalk issue, that's a dangerous situation. What about that, you said? How to address that?
The sidewalks, for the most part, are on homeowners. I just want to take a look at the complaint history that may or may not exist with the property. That might offer a different opportunity to deal with that particular issue.
Yeah, because like I say, that tree is on the street side, and I didn't plant the tree. The tree's been there forever, and it's just ripped up the sidewalk and raised it and cracked it and everything else. So I really don't feel that I should be removed, right? I should be responsible for that sidewalk in that kind of condition.
Well, that you might have to be, but do you want that tree removed? Is that what I should put in there?
I don't necessarily need to be removed, but it do need to be something done to it because it's a huge tree that's branches periodically do fall off and. So
the highway superintendent's here now. Hopefully he'll get that address, 155 Tree Haven. And I'm going to give that to code enforcement because they have to come out and look at the tree, and then they'll report also back to the highway superintendent, whether it needs to be taken down or whatever.
All right.
But I think you need to sign off on that. We are not taking trees down unless you sign off on it. So I wanted to know if you wanted it down or.
Not necessarily. I mean,
Because sometimes it's nice shade and keep the house cool.
That aspect is fine, but it's just, like I say, the branches do fall off periodically.
And the roots.
On the sidewalk and in the street, and people park their cars. So I park my car there.
Our highway superintendent is in the back in green. There's an opportunity. Why don't you connect with him directly and give him the address, and we'll work together to get get the tree taken care of now. Work on that sidewalk after. All right.
Okay, good enough. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Dawn Filipski.
Hello, I just wanted to remind everybody there is a lot of, I guess I'll call it procurement on the agenda this evening. And under Resolution 2025-150 from March 11th, on page 5, number 7, it reads, notice to bidders and RFPs for goods and services over $20,000 or for public works contracts over $35,000 will be published in the town's official newspaper, on the town webpage and social media pages to enable a wider range of bidders for projects. This listing will allow both the public and potential vendors to review and print the request for proposal bid and all documentation necessary to submit a bid. This will be done in addition to the normal process utilized for vendor solicitation. This will aid in good faith efforts to secure the required number of proposals, quotes, bids, and promote transparency for the public. Thank you.
Thanks, Dawn. Our next speaker is Ken Young.
Hello, board members. Number one, I've invited you to my meetings. They're every third Tuesday of the month, except July and August. Okay. You would have heard the watershed people talk if you were there at our meeting. We start at 6 o'clock. It's an open invitation. Everybody can come. All right. We have very good meetings. We're not just sitting around pulling our thumbs. So you're all invited. It's an open invitation. I'll give it to you again. 85 George Urban. Could you tell me what that is? Is that a social club? Is that private club? What's going on at 85 George Urban? That used to be Slawinski's funeral home.
It's a social club, and the best I can tell you in terms of their legal permission to operate, that back on June 9th and prior to, the owners of that establishment have got the necessary permits to operate as they have reported to the town. They've been roughly a month now, and I know there's some cars in the parking lot. There's more activity than there usually is. I can't speak to you in details if there's things like gambling going on or alcohol consumption or things, but I did check in regarding SLA, so I got to follow up on that. And there's a certain latitude of activities that are allowed there before it triggers, town review, state involvement, things like that. And I hope that helps answer the question. But
okay, I got a question about the Kaufman Street Bridge.
Mm-hmm.
Where's that as far as being started? Not even completed, but being started.
We got the engineering at the last meeting. We got engineers put on board to do some of the review relating to that bridge. I'm hoping to have that done. I'd like to see that done this year.
Well,
I know working with the company Bridge Brothers, they've got a schematic of the bridge itself. We've got that contractor paid. We've retained GPI, they're called, for the looking at the abutments and the bridge as a whole.
Correct. It's Green and Peterson when people refer to them as GPI.
Are you going to have any renditions of what it's going to look like? Will there be any lighting on that bridge at all? Was just going to be a
As
plan?
far as lighting, no, there's renditions already. Let me just check through emails and I can get that over to you. Maybe that's something we show the folks at Town Park. Maybe we do a quick 5 to 10 minute here at the next board meeting or the board meeting after to talk about the appearance of the bridge and what those changes would be.
Okay. My final question is, I have a tree in front of my house and some of the branches are dead. The other day I come out, there was a big branch on the sidewalk. I want to know who's responsible if that big branch falls on someone's head. Am I getting sued or will the town be sued?
That'd be a town attorney question. I don't want to speak out of turn on exactly whose liability there is. I think there'd be more than one party. Mr. Fowler?
You can count on getting sued by the town and you getting sued by who is actually liable. I don't know whose tree it is. Whose tree is it?
It's on the other side of the sidewalk, the street side. So
is it still on your, is it still within your property description? But within the right of way?
Yeah, within the right of way.
They'd go after both the town and the private homeowner.
So I can cut that tree down then? That's what you're telling me?
No, I'm not telling you can cut the tree down. I'm just telling you that that's who they'd sue.
So why should I stand here and be waiting for someone to get hurt and I'll be sued? That makes no sense. There's dying branches in that tree.
Well, I didn't tell you that you can't take off the dead branches and maintain the tree to healthy status.
Okay, and at my cost. So why don't we split the difference and we both do it? It's your tree well as my tree, apparently.
But I have nothing for you on that one.
I have a tree in front of my house and branches are, dying and I cut them and trim them so that people can walk by.
That's how you feel about it. But if the town owns it and I own it, then we should split the cost.
I'm not going to send another bill to us. If I can do it, I'll do it. But
I don't know who owns the tree. Just because that's where it's located.
I could say as far
on your lot?
Yeah, sorry to cut you off, but as far as the town goes with our tree inventory generally, we have a tree trimmer going around. Admittedly, it's not enough to keep up with everything in a ideal pristine condition, but we've got a tree trimmer working, taking care of situations, some of the most egregious issues that come before us.
If there's a complaint, we can certainly have them come out and look at it and remedy it.
Yeah, I would prefer that.
Sure.
There's a lot of dead branches on that tree.
Kenny, is it between the sidewalk and the curb?
It's between the sidewalk and the street.
And the curb?
Yeah, the curb. All right. So you can have anyone come look at it, come cut it. I don't care. 33 Victoria.
Yeah,
Putting it in
like
the
you had.
system.
I'm sorry. Like the last gentleman, go ask Mr. Ruzniak to go take a look at it for you and see what they can do for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Ken. All right, that's our last speaker on the public comment period beginning our meeting. We have 4 public hearings this evening, the first of which is for 2345 Genesee Street. Madam Clerk, if you could take over.
Call for public hearing was made at the May 27th, 2025 Town Board meeting, Resolution 2025-359, on behalf of the applicant Sean Hopkins Esquire, representing Empire One Community Federal Credit Union regarding the local project 2025-1305 at the project lead address of 2345 William Street, Cheektowaga, New York 14206, SBL 11362 3-4.1, for the purposes of 3,920 square feet administrative building for offices and record retention, plus additional site improvements. Comments were heard at the June 24th Town Board meeting and the public hearing held on July 8th, 2025. The public hearing on July 8th was held open for today's meeting. For additional comments, the Town Clerk's office did not receive any official comments.
I'd like to make a motion to, actually, this public hearing is currently open, so recognizing that, we're going to continue the public hearing. This evening, there are no speakers signed up on the public hearing comment sheet. We have representation for the project before us, so Mr. Hopkins, if you want to take the podium.
I will. Yes. Good evening, Supervisor Nowak and members of the Town Board. Sean Hopkins on behalf of the applicant, Empire One Federal Credit Union. Also with me is Jason Utzig from CNS, the project engineers. As was indicated in the introductory comments, this is the 3rd public hearing you've held on this. So for purposes of this meeting, I did actually prepare a PowerPoint presentation, did my best to summarize, I believe, all the input we received and hopefully address any remaining questions. So with that being said, and each of you have a copy, I'll walk through it. As I do proceed, if you have any questions or comments, do feel free to interrupt them. So going to the next slide. So we're here this evening again seeking a rezoning of two contiguous parcels located at 282 and 0 Chrisfield Avenue from R Residence District to C Retail Business District. It's important that there's already a credit union branch located on the property. This would be for their administrative offices. We'll show you the site plan in a second. So the remainder of the site is already zoned C Retail Business, but these two particular small parcels consisting of 0.38 acres are zoned R, a residence district. Next slide. And there's an aerial photograph showing those. It is important to note there is one house on one of the parcels, and while we own one of the parcels is under contract to purchase, contingent upon receiving the required approvals from the town. Next slide. So this is the site plan. So what are we proposing here? And there's been some questions during the previous public hearings. So it's an administrative office. Basically, it's an office for the CEO, the CFO, corporate officers, et cetera, et cetera. They currently have two locations, one in the town of Cheektowaga, obviously on the site, and one also located in the town of Orchard Park. Thankfully for the town of Cheektowaga, they've chose to put their corporate headquarters here rather than that adjoining municipality. The size of that building, it's single story, 3,920 square feet, 14 new parking spaces, absolutely no new driveways onto any of the roadway network. We have extensive landscaping and screening, which we'll show you in a second, some very minimal lighting improvements, and then of course we will have to make various utility connections and improvements for sanitary sewer, water, et cetera, all subject to review by the engineering department and other involved agencies. So that's a blow up of the relevant portion of the site plan showing that building. We do acknowledge that there is a residential property located to the south. Our building is located approximately 28 feet from that property line, and we are also showing a 6-foot privacy fence in that area. And it's important to note that building that you can see on the bottom, that is the adjoining property owner's garage, not their house. So there's more than 50 feet between the edge of our single-story building and the contiguous property with a house. Next slide. Photometric plan. Most important thing here is absolutely no lighting spillover onto any offsite properties or onto the adjoining roadway network. And again, if you look on the bottom right-hand corner, no lighting whatsoever anywhere close to any residential properties. And we're only installing one additional light standard and some very minimal building lighting. Next slide. And that's just blowing that up again to show you there where we're near a residential property, absolutely no lighting impacts whatsoever. Next slide. Landscape plan. So we've emphasized landscaping along that common property line. We're showing 24 trees, 4 different types, which will surround 3 of the 4 sides of this building. Next slide. That's a blow up of that area. Again, showing that 28 feet with a fence, then evergreen trees, and then deciduous trees, all with the planting height of approximately 6 to 7 feet. So we think we've done a more than adequate job buffering that adjoining property owner. Next slide. Elevation plan. Most important thing here is this will mimic the existing building, which I think looks quite nice. It is a single-story building. To the very peak of that is only 22 feet. So it's actually less height than what could be permitted today based on the R Residence District zoning. Next slide. Floor plan. This was a question that came up, and it's partially because at the original public hearing, Jason and I misspoke a little bit. The principal use of this building is for office space. Again, 7 offices, includes the CEO's office, the CFO's office. There's a conference room, there's a kitchen room, staff lounge, 2 bathrooms, and then very limited storage. So those 2 areas, one is just for general storage, and then that room adjacent is for file storage. That is the only storage of records online. Obviously, a credit union being a lending institution, to a large degree, most of the records are now stored electronically, but there will be some very ancillary storage. But it is an office building, a corporate office building, first and foremost. Approximately 9 employees will be located in this building. Generally speaking, the public will not be coming to this building. Obviously, they'll have meetings of their board of directors, et cetera, but it's not a publicly accessible building. Next slide. So based on the existing zoning today, this is pulled right from the code, it's fairly limited. You can build single-family homes, two-family homes, religious uses, and schools. And then you can also, with the special use permit, build a golf course. In this instance, it would have to be a very small miniature golf course. Next slide. What we're asking for is C retail. And it's important to note, C retail allows a lot. Number one, it allows everything in the underlying neighborhood services district. It also allows various retail uses, laundromats, dry cleaning facilities, hotels and motels, full-service restaurants, dog grooming, medical offices, amusement recreational uses. Going to the next slide. Banks, and some, with a special use permit, a bar and a beverage container redemption center. We don't care about any of those. We have no interest in any of those. And to a large degree, most of those uses would not even fit on a parcel of this size. So we're going to show you how we're going to restrict that. And then the next slide is those uses allowed in the underlying NS district, which is incorporated into the C district. And again, it allows real estate offices, mortuaries, various offices, opticians, et cetera, none of which we care about, but except that one category. Other administrative, professional, or executive offices, but not including the building, I'm not going to read the rest. Oh, not including any manufacturing, processing, assembly, et cetera. All we care about is this being appropriate for administrative, corporate office space and related accessory uses, storing some files, et cetera. So with that being said, based on the discussion we had a month ago when I was here, we're going to propose 3 zoning conditions. And I did have the opportunity to discuss these with Mr. Fowler, and of course I welcome his input. The first condition would be as follows. The principal use of the property consisting of 0 Crisfield and 282 Crisfield being rezoned from R residence district to C retail business district shall be limited to office space with related accessory uses. We don't care about anything but office space. Secondly, in order to ensure the town as well as nearby neighbors that we honor that commitment, we would memorialize that via a declaration of restrictions to be recorded at the Erie County Clerk's office. I've worded that condition such that a draft of that declaration would need to be reviewed and approved by Mr. Fowler, and then we would record that when we close on the one of the 2 parcels we don't own. And then finally, and this goes back to a comment that Dan Young had in his original review, all of these various parcels that will then be merged into one site. So this will be one site, 2 buildings, shared parking, shared landscaping, shared lighting, et cetera. Next slide. I also want to emphasize, because at one of the meetings there were some concerns, well, this is not being well vetted, the documents aren't available. I want to make sure it's clear this has been extremely well vetted since we filed this application on April 30th. That started with Mr. Young, as he always does, conducting a very comprehensive review of both the rezoning application, the development plan application, and the submitted part 1 of the full environmental assessment form. And in a memo that he issued dated May 6th, basically confirmed that we meet the requirements for setbacks, building height, parking, landscaping. Next slide. Lighting, we didn't talk about signage, and it's the general overall requirements. That's best evidenced by the fact we don't need any relief from the Zoning Board of Appeals. Next slide. He also referred the project to the Erie County Department of Environment Planning. They came back with a response pursuant to New York State General Municipal Law, Section 239M, basically stating this is a local matter. We don't have any specific recommendations. Not surprising given the size and the scope of the project. Next slide. We also attended the planning board meeting held on May 8th. During that meeting, the planning board did recommend approval by this board by unanimous vote, subject to one important requirement, that we also go to the Environmental Advisory Committee, which we've done. So next slide. We presented this to the EAC during its meetings on both May 28th and June 25th. And during its meeting on June 25th, the EAC recommended the issuance of a negative declaration by this board pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act by unanimous vote. So we have unanimous recommendation from the planning board, unanimous recommendation from the EAC. Next slide. This does require you to issue a seeker determination. Here, we think that's very simple. Dan did issue a lead agency solicitation letter on behalf of the town. None of the agencies who responded expressed any concerns about this project resulting in any potentially significant adverse environmental impacts. There are absolutely no environmentally sensitive features on this site, whether it be wetlands, historic resources, cultural resources, wildlife habitat, et cetera, et cetera. It's simply two very small lots. Next slide. So with that being said, we are asking that you would issue a negative declaration. I do want to note for the record, there's some technical considerations that will need to be completed by the engineering department, meaning they're going to confirm that we meet stormwater management requirements, utility requirements, et cetera, et cetera. We acknowledge that and understand that that would be a condition of any approval. Next slide. So with all that being said, and based on the fact that we believe you've taken a very hard look at this project over the course of now 3 meetings, we're asking you to do three things this evening. Number one, issue a negative declaration pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act. Number two, approve the rezoning of the relevant 0.38 acres, subject to those three conditions. And then finally, issue development plan approval, subject to appropriate conditions. If there's any questions that any of you may have, Jason and I would welcome the opportunity to address them. Otherwise, thank you for once and again providing us with this opportunity.
All right, thank you. Look into the board. Any questions from board members? Councilmember Benchkowski.
Hi, Sean.
Hi.
Okay, so you talked about that declaration of restrictions.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a problem with the rezoning now, but what happens when you sell that property?
So that, because it's going to be a declaration of restrictions, it'll be recorded at the Erie County Clerk's office. So if indeed the property is sold, which is not the intention after.
Well, you're not going to be here forever.
No, if it's sold, the deed restriction runs with the land. So it would be binding on any successor.
So what is exactly the declaration going to say?
The declaration of restrictions is basically going to recite the fact that on this date, hopefully, you rezone the property and that you imposed a condition limiting the use of those two parcels that were rezoned to C commercial to office use only. I mean, all those other uses are not allowed.
Okay, so C commercial could not be anything but office.
But office.
On these particular.
On these two parcels, yes.
And that'll affect it when you merge those together.
It will. And then what we put in there, and this is standard because again, forever being a long time, if at some point in the future, either my client or someone else wants to revisit that, they'd have to come back in front of this board. It would be a separate public hearing, and you would have to approve an amendment of that zoning condition, basically like a whole new rezoning process. Meaning, I don't want to guarantee 50, 75, 100 years. It still may be office. No one knows what it could be then.
Right. So when are you filing that, or you did already?
No. So I'm going to prepare a draft. I'll provide that to Mr. Fowler, and I can't record that till after we close on the property. Because we don't own it yet.
But Tom, can we put that in this board resolution that this will be filed? And
I'm sorry, what do you want me to do?
under this board resolution to approve the rezoning about this deed?
Which resolution are we looking at?
On tonight's meeting, I believe it's.
It's on the table. There's
Yeah, it's in the
443, I think it is.
So what I would ask you to consider, and again, I welcome Tom's input, is just take my language for these three conditions and put it right into your resolution. I think that's the most protective.
These three things?
Yeah, as long as Tom's okay with that. It's on the last PowerPoint slide, Tom.
Last PowerPoint slide?
Yeah, I recited the conditions again.
The conclusion, you mean?
Yeah, just see 1, 2, 3. Those are the same conditions I had on their order slide.
Oh, okay.
If you want, can we pull that slide up, Kim?
Mm-hmm. Last slide, page 24, those three conditions.
Yeah, I think those, it would be appropriate, and based on the commitment we've made for those to be right in the rezoning resolution. Again, as long as Tom's okay with that.
Number 2 already makes it subject to review and approval. I have no problem with that language.
Right.
And it's something that we'd already discussed.
Yeah,
I've worked with Sean for a bunch of years.
Yep.
Yeah, but we need it in the resolution.
I'm happy to have it in the resolution, but if I don't approve it, he can't record it.
Right.
And he can't build on it.
I understand that.
And he won't be permitted. So I'm happy to include whatever language you want, but he won't get our approval.
Right.
Unless the restriction language, which in the deed itself, it will pass with the land. It doesn't go with the person who owns it. He's going to include language at the head of the deed that requires that it be used only for this purpose, not unlike we did with South Line Baseball, like what West Seneca did. It can only be used for recreational purposes. That's why we couldn't do the cell tower. So that language will be included in the deed. It'll be forever recorded. And the only way that could ever be changed is with this town board's permission, whichever board is seated at the time. If you want, I have no problems putting that language,
Well, it's just
that
because
number 2 in the resolution.
the minutes always tell the story. So somehow we have to get language to refer back to what exactly that deed restriction or you're going to approve. Something I need in there to protect those residents on that nice, quiet street.
But I think we have it. So I think if you impose that condition, again, condition number 1, only use permitted is office, right? We all agree on that.
Mm-hmm.
Condition number 2, in order to guarantee that, we prepare a deed restriction. Tom looks at it before we record it, then we record it, then we provide you with a copy.
Okay.
And then condition number 3, and this is again, Mr. Young's comment is correct. Let's merge these all into one site, so one parcel. So I think if you want to take the language, I think the language I prepared is more than adequate. Just put those in the resolution. You'd be approving the rezoning subject to those 3 conditions.
Mm-hmm.
That being the case, perhaps I could propose that somebody moves to include from this, is this slide number 24?
It is.
All of the language at B1, B2, and B3 to be included in the resolution.
I will do that.
If somebody wants to move that.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. Yeah, under probably the second resolve. Because you mentioned the deed restriction. In
Right.
That. So, okay.
But you need to put the first one too, because that's where it limits the use. I just put all 3.
Oh, we will, but I'm talking about the actual resolution.
Oh, in the resolution, yes. I don't have the resolution.
The town board's approving.
And the whereas, yeah.
Because I know that when I'm looking for something, I look in the minutes.
I look in the resolution too.
So I want to make sure it's in there just to.
I know exactly why you're doing it.
Okay, thank you.
The question I had is the question the councilwoman asked about how the deed restriction is going to work out. I did have a question for the attorney, town attorney. We can amend a postponed resolution, correct? If the board so desires under.
Yes.
Want to confirm that. Thanks. Any other questions, comments from council members?
Before you do any of that, though, you're going to have to close your public hearing, and then obviously when we get to it, move on to that.
Understood.
Part of the agenda.
Thank you. Councilwoman, did you have any other questions on this?
No, thank you,
All right.
Supervisor.
So seeing no comments from the public, no comments from council members, did you have anything? Okay, you're good. Any parting comments?
No, thank you.
All right. Thanks. All right, with that, I'd like to make a motion to close this public hearing. Do I have a second? Second from Councilman Flarski. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. We have a second public hearing that is still open. This is for local law number 2 of 25, a local law creating a chapter in the town code titled short-term rentals.
Call for public hearing was made at the June 24th, 2025 Town Board meeting, Resolution 2025-407, to solicit public comments, consider and discuss the proposed enactment of local law intro 2 of 2025 related to short-term rentals. Comments were heard at the July 8th public hearing, and the meeting was left open for additional discussion. No further comments were received by the town clerk's office.
Right. We have 2 individuals signed up for this public hearing that is still open. First is Craig from the Office of Fire Safety.
Good evening, everyone. Craig McCowney from the Town of Cheektowaga Office of Fire Safety. So emailed out to the whole board after the last town board meeting was a copy of a draft that the supervising code enforcement officer had asked myself and Dan Young to put together. It was an assembly of about 3 different local laws that I had been working on, altering the landlord registry and then 2 different short-term rental laws. That includes many items of the current proposed law from the town attorney, along with items imperative for the tracking, monitoring, and safety of short-term rentals. It also sets forth a framework for triennial inspections, my apologies, like every other business in this town is required to have. So they're running an Airbnb, they're running a business. We need to be inspecting them every 3 years, just like everything else. They need to pay for those inspections, just like everyone else. And also licensing fees for those as well. And then the information the informational integral for the enforcement against problem properties and avoiding nuisances in our residential areas. So if that could be entertained, that would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you. We have one other speaker signed up, Wally Carriero.
Good evening. We can't pave a road on Pleasant Parkway. We can't control what happens on Friday nights at the Walden Galleria. You put nothing in your legislation that takes the neighbors into consideration when you talk about short-term rentals. I live less than 1,000 feet from an existing short-term rental, and if you check the town, I have been complaining about that short-term rental since I was here last month. They're parking vehicles on the lawn, and there's been no action. There's been no action. No action, no action, no action, no action, no action, no action, no action. You don't care. Let's go and add fees. Fees, right? Fees make money. We spend money. We will get justice by charging fees only after the damage is done to my neighborhood because of short-term rentals. Everybody loves the idea. You know what? I went to Cancun. I stayed at a short-term rental. It was beautiful. Did you talk to the neighbors? Ask what the neighbors think? No. When you take your little trips and you go stay in those short-term rentals, you don't talk to anybody. You just look at how nice that short-term rental is. And it was a beautiful neighborhood. It was a neighborhood that I created with my neighbors that you're enjoying, that I want to continue to enjoy, but I can't enjoy that neighborhood because that neighborhood has been tarnished with a short-term rental. Someone took my residential neighborhood and made it a commercial neighborhood by creating a short-term rental. You took my neighborhood and you changed it when you approved this law. You need to outlaw Airbnbs. You need to make people apply for the process before they do it. You've got to make sure the neighbors are aware of what's going on, because if the neighbors are okay with it, maybe it's a whole row of Airbnbs or, short-term rentals. You will feel much different when short-term rentals come next to you. Now, you could tell me that you have a wonderful experience with short-term rentals, but when the day comes and that short-term rental has a party with 200 plus people, you will have to come to this board and complain like me. And you know what will happen? The same thing that's happening on Pleasant Parkway. We'll be driving over metal plates and around cones, because you know what? You're a board of do-nothings. Thank you.
With that, do we have any other members of the public that'd like to speak? I see you're wishing to be recognized. We do have a public comment online that I'd like to point out before we go to Mr. Jasinski. It reads as follows: has the town attorney determined whether short-term rentals are allowed in residential districts under existing zoning law? Mr. Fowler, could you speak to that? I can read the question again if you need me to.
No, I have not. I have been provided some very good information from Mr. Borek, including information on lawsuits currently pending, one in Lewiston, and I don't remember the other locality. The problem is some of what has happened there is different than what's happening here. And like I said, this still being an open meeting, no, I don't have an answer for you on whether or not we can put that in that zoning. And part of the reason is it's not settled in other parts. It's still an open question in the courts. And whether we can do that or not may be determined by a court on an active case, and that precedent will then apply to us. So no, I don't have that answer.
And do you happen to know how long ago that Lewiston law was passed? That was done in the last 12 months, correct? I can't remember offhand.
When the law was passed or when the lawsuit was filed?
The situation, when Lewiston passed their local law initially.
I don't know.
Yeah, nor do I. Thank you. All right, if there are no other comments from the public, I'm sorry, Councilman.
This question is addressed to the town attorney as well. Does the town have the ability to enact any law that prohibits short-term rentals in a residential area?
Yes.
Right. With that, any other council members? Seeing no one else from the public, I'm going to make a motion to close the public hearing unless there is any other.
I might want to mention one thing though. Craig, our fire inspector, and Dan Young had actually proposed extra language, putting it in section 260 so they can enforce this law, correct?
Correct. It would be built into chapter 260, which is one of our enforceable code lines, so that we could actually take action when there is a problem and make sure that if there is a problem, like Mr. Carrier was having, it ceases.
And they'd have to come to you, to the zoning board of appeals, for their permit to operate, correct?
That I'm not sure if that's written in there, but it would fall under, they would need to have the permit, they would need to have a license through the town, provide the information. So a lot of these, the rental properties, the owners like to play what we call the shell game. Whereas they'll live in the city of Buffalo, they'll buy a house over on Clover Place where my parents live. Then they'll buy another house while registering their Clover Place address as the next one. And they'll just keep moving from house to house. So it's almost impossible for us to track them down where they live. So part of the proposal was to have them actually provide actual registration information. It would probably end up being what they have on file with the DMV so that we can actually track the people down and get them into court for the nuisance they're causing.
That's what I like about that part, is the enforcement, even though anybody could call the police in an emergency situation.
Correct.
But then the police would report that to you and you could revoke the license.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, Dan, did you want to add?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay.
Good evening, members of the board. Dan Young for the record. When it comes to the management of this license, it would essentially take both landlord licensing and short-term rentals and put the land uses identified under the zoning section of our code. And to elaborate on the point about how we would manage that, it would essentially be like an operating permit is handled right now through the department. There would be an additional piece for the owner that is a non-owner occupied short-term renter. So like a commercial business that purchased a house and is renting it out, that would be established under a special use permit, which would actually come before the town board for consideration.
That's good. I like that. There's heavier restrictions, and I like the fact you can enforce it.
And it's land use controls we already have in place.
True. Because I think what's happening now is we don't have any law on the books for us. That's why we can't enforce your issue there, Wally. But once we get this all taken care of, it'll be easier to enforce. And if we have to change it, we'll change it.
And to add to that point, so if it is a sound draft and it comes before the public at some point, it also notes not only the abilities of what the code enforcement officers have, what the police department has, but also what it refers to our nuisance law as well.
Oh, that's true. Okay, I like that too. And you'll be able to actually look at the plans for each of these and review.
I can't remember the specific language. I don't have the copy in front of me, but.
So I would like
I'll let Craig take it back over on this.
Yeah, so part of the, there will be a triennial inspection required for each one. So every 3 years, we will have to be in that house. So we will know if they're making changes. And if they are making changes without permits, then there's the recourse for that as well.
Yes. All right, so we're going to have to take, Tom had given us a new proposal and yours and merge those, Tom, together, I think, to make another new, we shouldn't have two of them in there.
You're saying you want me to merge what's been proposed by Craig and Dan with what you've already got in front of you? Turn that into one and move it then into section 260?
It shouldn't be. I think it's too confusing. I'd be confused if I was somebody looking for short-term rentals because they'd be under two sections, and some of this is repetitive.
It is. I'm asking, do you want it in its original section merged, or do you want it moved to 260?
I think because of the enforcement part of it and some of the fire inspector you have, looking at the plans, the permitting, it would take it off of other people, and if they want to take it on, right? Go ahead.
Just want to add an additional point, maybe help resolve this a little bit. And Mr. Fowler can maybe help me out here. I believe in a situation, I'm not super versed in how laws come about, but I think if we were to put both drafts up for consideration by the public, get the feedback, and then take it back to a petitions committee and see at that point what makes the most sense based on public input, and then the considerations of the board. I mean, is that a fair approach?
Well,
with what we have at this point, like even if we keep it in the proposed section or if we go over to the zoning section, either way, we're going to make substantial enough changes that we're going to have to call for a second public hearing just to make sure we take care of this procedurally. And we call for that hearing 2 weeks later. We can have the public hearing, and if we've got good solid language everyone's comfortable with, we can pass that law the same night, process-wise, and by the end of August, we have something on the books to deal with these issues.
So I would like you and Tom Fowler to work together to try to merge everything into one under this part, the 260, I would think, right?
And I think that's something we're going to have to talk about a little bit more, whether, I mean, we start to, sorry, just a second, Dan, that we make sure that the board is okay with going to 260 as a whole. And if we are, we get cleared through legal that that's the best avenue in terms of enforcement. And then I'm sure you have something to add as well.
Two parts to that. The draft that Craig and I worked on did take what's already out there in consideration.
Seems like it is, yeah.
So Tom and I can talk on that and make sure we don't reduce adding too much or too little. We want to keep it simple for people that are trying to operate in this town, both as a landlord, short-term rental owner. And it also makes it easier if the public can understand it, then our staff can understand it easier. Because sometimes that is a challenge. You read the law and there's that gray area. The other part, do we have to do an environmental review on this? Because it would be land use added that would be, or modification, however you want to look at it, that would be impacting a fair amount of acreage in the town.
Technically, we should.
So that's something we'll have to take into consideration as well.
I appreciate you guys taking the lead and seeing what we're trying to do, but then you added that extra step, which I really, really appreciate. You taking the time to see that this might help us even more and listening to the residents. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
If you could put something together for us to review and get it, hopefully, we have 3 weeks for the next meeting.
Yeah, we can definitely do that.
And get that going.
I know we got some good feedback.
And if anyone wants to sit down with us in the department, more than welcome to do that as well and just kind of go through it.
So between the drafts and the feedback that's come between meetings, public comment, I think we've got enough to get a final draft together. And the ultimate question is, do we put it in, I think it was section 210, or do we put it in 260? And we can work that out and get something final.
What's
put
in
up for,
210 though?
wasn't it, was it 210 or
210 is the landlord licensing?
No, it was that was mentioned. Was it 206 that this was going to be put in, or 201?
201 or 202 was an open section that was alphabetically correct.
Sorry, it was 201. I mixed my numbers. All right. And,
just because we don't have it in 260 won't necessarily mean that we don't have any enforcement powers. If for some reason Mr. Young or Mr. McConaughey believes that that's more appropriate, I don't have any problems moving it. What I would prefer to do is not move it, find out we want to move it out, and then move it back, only because it's tedious to renumber. I know it sounds silly, but it's tedious to renumber everything and then reschedule everything into our code. So whatever we decide on is fine. We can still enforce, irrespective of what section it's in. I just want to make sure that our residents can find it. And if we bury it someplace in 260, under something else, they're going to look and say, well, we couldn't find it. And if we put it alphabetically, and it was just that simple, I'm not beholden to where I asked you to put it. I just want to make sure it's easiest for our residents to both locate and then follow.
Yeah, and that's common practice. I mean, you see that with 255 in our law, and many of our laws And 260 will be referenced at the top of that section. So
We could put it in 2 sections? It seems redundant.
No, we're not going to put it in 2 sections. No.
But maybe you could put it in the section that Tom mentioned first, because, and then you still have your enforcement.
I just want them to be able to find it so that we can enforce it.
Exactly. That's the main key, is making sure we can reference
We
it.
can put in any section you want, we'll paint it red and then tell them to look for the red
I noticed
section.
they have it at 260, Article 6, under 47.2, so that means there's a lot of chapters there.
Yeah.
So maybe we should have,
Well, and it was done in that way just to have it under supplemental regulations. So you would identify the land use based on where it goes within the district. And then the additional requirements outside of that chapter would then be referred to at that part of the chapter.
okay.
All right, so it sounds like our action steps are get a final draft together, call for a public hearing at the meeting on August, I believe the next one's August 12th, and then have that hearing on the 26th. And unless there's a desire to change anything, I would recommend that we pass the law the same evening we have the public hearing. You know, we've been discussing this a lot. We have sufficient input, and we need to get something on the book sooner rather than later. Does that work for everybody up here?
Yes.
Wonderful. So with that said, is there anyone that would like to speak on this issue before we close the public hearing? Reverend Rick? Thank you, Dan. The podium is yours.
I don't know if this is appropriate or not, but many of our residents, we're having a lot more people coming in from other countries. And when they're buying the homes, they're paying cash and they're LLCs. So are these our Airbnbs or whatever they are, the short-term, are those all LLCs? Because we're finding out it's not just one person's living in this house. It's multiple families. And we're wondering, are these homes that are being bought, they're all LLCs, okay? Are those considered Airbnbs?
It could be more than one thing. It could be an Airbnb. Another thing it could be is the way some cultures conduct, let's say, mortgages or banking. That if you get into the Muslim community,
right,
they'll buy a home, and then somebody will buy shares of their home back from the owner, rather than going to a bank and taking out a mortgage like we will, 3-4%. It's basically you're buying shares of your home back from the owner until you own that home outright. So that LLC might be because of an Airbnb, or it might be because of that structure of lending, and it all depends on each particular case.
And that's all legal, correct?
That's legal and above board.
Okay.
It's a way to get around religious prohibitions on charging interest.
Okay, thank you.
Did you want to say something, Craig?
Oh, yeah. In our the draft that we did provide you guys, there is a provision in there that any LLC-owned property will need to identify a contact person.
I see that.
So that we have someone that we can't take to court, because we cannot, as you may know, we cannot take a business or an LLC to court. We can only take an individual person. So that is provided in there as well.
Comments? Seeing none, hearing none any further, I'm going to make a motion to close this public hearing. Do I have a second?
A second.
Second from Mr. Thompson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We're closed. We have a third public hearing. This is for a special use permit, 4972 Transit Road. Take it away, Madam Clerk.
Call for public hearing was made at the July 8th, 2025 Town Board meeting, Resolution 2025-446, to consider and discuss the establishment of a conditional special use permit at said address for automotive use with an MS Motor Service District enactment. No comments were received by the Town Clerk's office.
I'd like to make a motion to open this public hearing. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second from Ms. Bukowski. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are open. Seeing no one has signed up for the public hearing comment, we have a representative of the project before us. Jeff, it's good to see you again. Take it away.
Thank you. Jeff Palumbo with the law firm of Block Longo. We represent America's Tire. Hopefully this will be the easiest thing you'll ever have to deal with on the board. What we're doing here is basically taking over the vacant building that Goodyear Tire vacated some months ago. It's been over a year, therefore the need for renewal of the special use permit. The property itself is just under 1 acre in size. The building is 6,300 square feet in size. We are doing virtually nothing in terms of proposed site modifications on the outside, and there will be limited interior modifications to the building as well. So the lighting, everything that's there now will remain. We're just looking for the special use permit so that we can get America's Tire into the facility.
All right, simple enough. With that, I'm going to open it up to board members. Any questions, comments, concerns about this proposal? All right.
Question about tire storage?
All inside.
Okay.
Yeah. Won't be any outdoor storage.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Comment, question, concerns? One last opportunity for the public. Anyone like to speak on this? Going once, going twice. All right, seeing none, hearing none. I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing. Do we have a second on that?
I'll second.
Second from Mr. Pilarski. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This public hearing is closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have a fourth public hearing, our fourth and final of the evening. This is for the proposed demolition of 336 Beach Road.
Call for public hearing was made at the July 8th Town Board meeting, Resolution 2025-448, to consider and discuss the dangerous and unsafe conditions of the property located at 336 Beach Road. No comments were received by the town clerk's office.
That, I'd like to make a motion to open this public hearing. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Bukowski. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Public hearing is open. We have one signed up for this public hearing. That will be Mr. Craig McConaughey of the Office of Fire Safety. Take it away.
All right, just waiting for Kim to get my presentation up on the screen. Okay, so I am Craig McConaughey from the Town of Cheektowaga Office of Fire Safety. I'm here for the evening representing my office in the matter of the demolition of 336 Beach Road. I will warn you, it is very limited of what I can actually tell you because there is still an ongoing investigation into this fire. December 9th, 2024, at 02:21 hours, the Northside Mutual Aid tone was transmitted to alert firefighters from across the town of Cheektowaga to a residential structure fire at this address. 2:26 a.m., the first arriving unit was an assistant chief from UCREST was met by heavy fire coming through the roof of the building. About 10 minutes later, evacuation and defensive operations were ordered due to partial collapse of the roof. 3:37 a.m. the fire is declared out and the scene is turned over to the detectives of the Cheektowaga Police Fire Investigation Unit who deemed the fire to be suspicious in origin. Kim, we can go to the next one. As I was just sailing into Fort Lauderdale that morning, an assistant code enforcement officer from the Housing Neighborhood Preservation Office responded to the scene to inspect and document the damages. At 08:05 hours, Candela Construction, the town's emergency enclosures contractor, arrived on location and completed the emergency enclosure. Up to this point, no one from my office had any contact with the property owners, but the police had. And as I said, there's significantly more to this than I can actually say in an open meeting. I returned to work on December 10th, and I was attempting to contact the homeowners who were uncooperative at best. They were also uncooperative with the police from about that time going forward. At the request of the reporting assistant code enforcement officer, I reviewed his report and spoke with the lead detective, who expressed that the building was in very poor shape, which led me to petition the courts for an administrative search warrant so I could actually do a full structural evaluation on it. That warrant was granted by Judge Wannett after he had cleared it with the Fire Investigation Unit. December 12th, the warrant was executed and a full structural evaluation performed. Over the next several months, the homeowner refused repeatedly to work with fire investigators and fire inspectors to get the property repaired. April 28th, 2025, I received a phone call from representatives from the New York Central Mutual Insurance Company, and they were advising us that the homeowner's claim for insurance had been denied. On May 6th, a second warrant authorized by Judge Stevens was executed, revealing the conditions had far worsened from the original inspection in December. The incomplete roof structure is now collapsed into the structure, and the drywall covering on the ceilings and majority of the walls is now collapsed. With these results in mind, a letter of condemnation and a vacant property condition report were filed with the Town of Cheektowaga Law Department, which led to us being here tonight. There's been an extensive history of code violations at the address for high grass, unlicensed, uninspected motor vehicles, debris, and garbage throughout the property, and a myriad of alleged illicit activities since 2007. The Housing and Neighborhood Preservation Contractor has been maintaining the property regularly since December. 336 Beach Road is located on the west side of Beach Road between Fonda Drive and the Kensington Expressway. It sits on a 0.23 acre lot with 51.6 feet of frontage along Beach Road, meaning it would require a variance to rebuild. You can go to that's the one. As you can see from the picture here, the roof has been completely burned off, and there's been no effort to mitigate the infiltration of water or snow through tarping or anything else. And with that, I will take any questions that you have.
The photos address the questions that I had, so I'm going to open it up to the other board members. Any questions, comments, concerns from members of the town board? Hearing none, seeing none, we have no one else signed up from the public. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak? Seeing none and hearing none, I'm going to make a motion to close this public hearing. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Multiple seconds. We'll take it from Mr. Pilarski. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Public hearing number 4 is closed. Our next order of business on the agenda is old business. Have any old business from town board members? Councilman Flipsky, the floor is yours.
Just a question on Resolution 2024-312 about lobbying services. I noticed that this contract ran out. Is that still the case? We're done with them?
2024-312.
Asialo Martucci Associates Lobbying Services for Town of Cheektowaga, ending July 9th, 2025.
That was a proposed contract that never got approved by the board.
That never got approved?
Right. I appreciate the question. We had a contract with a previous lobbyist that expired a little over a year ago, and since then they were not replaced. I can get you that if you'd like it.
No, that's
okay?
fine. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Any other old business? All right. We'll move on to new business. Do we have any new business from board members this evening? All right. Seeing none and hearing none, we'll move on to the consent agenda announcement. Yes, consent agenda. What's that? Oh, my apologies, Madam Clerk. Some days I'm trying to take your work, other days I'm trying to give you mine. A consent agenda is contained in this meeting. Consent agenda is designed to assist making the meeting shorter and more efficient. Items left on the consent agenda may not be discussed when the consent agenda comes before the town board. If any council member wishes to discuss a consent agenda item, please tell me now and I will remove the item from the consent agenda and it will be added as a separate resolution item. This evening I have a few. If I can go through my short list. We have, I'd like to pull resolution 2025-477, 478, actually we'll leave that one in. There was one other, give me just a moment. I'm sorry, so 477, 478, and I'll leave it at just those two. I'll find that third in just a moment. Are there other resolutions from council members? Councilmember Benchkowski?
Yes, okay, so I agree with you, 477, 478. Also 486, 487, 488, 489, 490, 491, 492, 498, 504, and 506.
Okay. Yep, 506 was the last one on my list.
Oh,
So,
good, okay.
thank you. What I have so far is 477, 478. I've got 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 498, 504, and 506. Are there any others from council members?
$481.
481. Okay.
Anybody else?
Madam Clerk, I believe we are all set with the resolutions pulled.
I have 13 resolutions that are being pulled off the consent agenda. We'll move on to the approval of the meeting agenda. Could I have a motion and a second to approve the meeting agenda?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carried. We do have some items that were left on the table. Is there a motion?
Make a motion to remove
any or
items
all?
442, 443, and 444.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
We're looking at Resolution 2025-442, sponsored by Councilmember Filipski, seconded by Supervisor Nowak. The applicant, Sean Hopkins Esquire of HSM Legal, representing Empire One Community Federal Credit Union, on behalf of multiple owners, has filed project submittals under Local Project 2025-1305 and project lead address of 2345 William Street, Cheektowaga, New York, SBL 113.62-3-4.1. The applicant proposes a 3,920 square foot administration building for offices and record retention, plus additional site improvements.
All right, on the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries.
Resolution 2025-443, sponsored by Councilmember Thompson, seconded by Supervisor Nowak. The applicant, Sean Hopkins Esquire of HSM Legal, representing Empire One Community Federal Credit Union, on behalf of multiple owners, has filed project submittals under Local Project 2025-1305 at the project lead address of 2345 William Street, SBL 113.62-3-4.1. The applicant proposes 3,920 square foot administration building for offices and record retention, plus additional site improvements. The Town Board of Cheektowaga, New York grants the zoning zoning amendment for project 2025-1305 that would see the redistricting of the parcels identified from R residential to CM general commercial. A deed restriction shall be drafted for town consideration and acceptance prior to the merging of parcels for the purpose of limiting land use allowed establishment on site.
All right, on the question.
Could I please make a motion to amend the resolution?
Council member is making a motion for the amendment. Can you explain the amendment?
Under the second resolved, where it says that a deed restriction shall be drafted for town consideration and acceptance prior to the merging of parcels for the purpose of limiting land uses allowed establishment on site, and then put and be it further resolved I'm going to give this to the town clerk, the whole section on page 24 that Sean Hopkins had mentioned with the issuance of a negative, or I'm sorry, the whole section about 1, 2, and 3, what the actual restrictions will say about the principal use of property currently existing on Chrisfield, and it mentions that be rezoned from R residential to C business district shall be limited to office space with related accessory uses, and then subject to approval of content and form by the town attorney. But that, now that I'm looking at that, Sean, that's the same wording that's already in there on page 24.
If I can make a recommendation, I think we can, I understand the intent. Maybe so the resolved reads that a deed restriction shall be drafted for town consideration and acceptance prior to the merging of parcels for the purpose of limiting land uses allowed establishment on site. My recommendation would be to add the words, after the word site, we'll add as written on page 24 of the 7/22/25 project handout. That would be the proposed amendment, and then when we prepare the minutes, the entire handout can be scanned into the record. We can clearly circle page 24, and we can title the first page, quote, project handout, to make sure going forward it's easy to be identified with the resolution and the minutes.
That sounds good to me.
So again, the language would be as written on page 24 of the 7/22/25 project handout. If you're willing to make that motion, Councilmember Benchkowski, I will second it.
May I interrupt? I think what we ought to do is after the second resolved, do another resolved, right? So we have resolved, be it further resolved. So have a third out of the 4 between the second and the third as they currently read. And that you just be it resolved that the following conditions apply to this approval, to this rezoning approval. And we will insert 1, 2, and 3. And obviously I don't think it's appropriate to reference a 24-page document. I think it ought to be in the resolution itself.
Get explicit, I agree.
And I don't have a problem for record purposes. Any one of us can read this in as long as the reading is adopted by the mover and the second. But we can obviously hand the page directly to our clerk for inclusion, make it easier for her as she types this up in the final minutes. But if anyone just wants to read it, and if you don't, I'm happy to assist in your moving of this. But I think that's the more appropriate way to do it. Put it right in the resolution.
Yes, I agree. That would be good.
All right. So,
you want me to read it in?
Yes, Town Attorney, can you read that into the record? Or read it for the purpose of the amendment?
All right. Number 1, the condition is the principal use of the property currently consisting of 0 Chrisfield Avenue with an SBL of 113.62-3-7, 282 Chrisfield Avenue, SBL number 113.62-3-6, being rezoned from R Residence District to C Retail Business District shall be limited to office space with related accessory uses. Number 2, subject to review and approval of the content and form by the Town Attorney's Office, the applicant shall be required to record a declaration of restrictions at the Erie County Clerk's Office for zoning condition number 1 once the applicant has closed on the purchase of the parcel at 282 Chrisfield Avenue with the SBL already read. Copy of the recorded declaration how did I lose my spot? Excuse me. Of the recorded declaration of restrictions shall be provided to the Town Attorney's Office and the Town Clerk's Office. Number 3, the parcels at 0 Chrisfield Avenue and 282 Chrisfield Avenue shall be merged with the parcel at 2345 William Street, SBL 113.62-3-4.1. Once the applicant is closed on the purchase of the parcel at 282 Chrisfield Avenue, 113.62-3-6. And obviously, we'll provide you with all that, but I think it's important that whoever just moved this asks that this language be included.
Just to clarify from the mover, Councilmember Beczkowski, do you agree that the language be added?
Well, I'm not sure that's really explaining the intent I was looking for, and that was if the property was ever sold or the deed was transferred, it would still have to stay at office space.
I would only offer that in number 1, the rezone shall be limited to office space with related accessory uses. And that language, which needs my approval, the approval of the town through my office, which will be worked on between Mr. Hopkins and myself, will be in the deed itself. It will run with the property, and the only way to change that would be by permission of the board. And obviously the landowner at the same time. It'd be the only way that that restriction could be removed.
Right, because the landowner is the only one that can really enforce the deed restriction.
No, the town can enforce the deed restriction.
That's what we ran into that problem at Southline, just so you know. We couldn't enforce it. Only the person that puts it on there or sells the property, so.
We're requesting that, though. We're requiring it.
Okay.
Please.
Yeah,
Yes.
Mr. Hopkins.
That's a legitimate point. I'll just put draft in the language of town road that explicitly says the town has the right to enforce it. There's no question.
Okay.
I don't know the other
Wonderful.
situation, but it probably can say.
Okay, that would be good.
We have a motion then by Councilmember Beczkowski. Is there a second?
Second.
By Supervisor Nowak. All in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
We are looking at Resolution 2025-443 as amended. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is carried. Resolution 2025-444, sponsored by Councilmember Thompson, seconded by Supervisor Nowak. The applicant, Sean Hopkins, Esquire of HSM Legal, representing Empire One Community Federal Credit Union, on behalf of multiple owners, has filed project submittals under Local Project 2025-1305 at the project lead address at 2345 William Street, SBL 11362-3-4.1. The applicant proposes a 3,920 square foot administration building for offices and record retention, plus additional site improvements. The Town Board of Cheektowaga, New York grants approval of the site plan dated March 31st, 2025 for project 2025-1305.
Right, on the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And that carries.
Thank you.
We will move on to consent agenda. I need a motion and a second to approve all items on the consent agenda, including the meeting minutes of June 24th, July 8th, 2025, and resolution items 2025-476 through 513, recognizing that several items have been removed and will be taken as separate resolution items. I need a roll call vote to approve the remaining items. Councilmember, do I have a motion?
I'll make that
Madam
motion.
Clerk, before we take the roll call, I just want to confirm that the items that have all been pulled, and I'll read the list for you. It is 477, 478, 481, 486, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 498, 504, and 506. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Motion?
I'll make that motion.
Second?
I'll second.
That.
Tony.
Councilmember Filipski, thank you. All in favor? I need a roll call vote. Councilmember Bukowski?
Yes.
Councilmember Benchkowski?
Yes.
Councilmember Filipski?
Yes.
Councilmember Jazinski?
Yes.
Councilmember Pilarski?
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson?
Yes.
Supervisor Nowak?
Yes.
Rest of the items have been approved. We are moving on to separate resolution items. We're going to start with Resolution 2025-477, sponsored by Supervisor Nowak, seconded by Councilmember Bukowski. The following vouchers and warrants submitted to the Town of Cheektowaga prior to July 22nd, 2025 are hereby audited and approved by the Town Controller and made part hereof. The total of the warrant is $1,987,733.64.
Right, on the question,
I would like just to amend the warrant to pull the suit coat expense for $47,000 because it did not actually follow our procedure for the procurement policy. And I recommend that the town highway superintendent put a resolution in for the next meeting so the board can approve the expenditure first. And then once that warrant is submitted again, we can approve this expenditure.
on the question, or just to clarify what we're looking for here, the desire is to pull that this evening. At the August 12th meeting, if we have a resolution filed, which we'll work on that, at that time, is it okay to also have the expense in the warrant? To
Yes.
simultaneously do both at the same meeting?
I would try
Okay.
to though put the suit coat first before we approve that warrant then.
We can take that item and move the warrant around if that's the way we need to do it.
I think we should do that, yeah.
I just want to confirm that this bill is going to be resubmitted to accounting for the warrant at the next meeting.
Yes.
Clarification, let's clear up. It's not a $47,000 like suit coat you wear. All right?
Oh, right.
Paving here.
It's the company suit coat, right? There was some highway, it's like a capital project for $47,000. It needed, and it probably was on state bid, so I'm clarifying, we didn't need to put it out to a notice. All we did is we had to approve that expenditure.
Right, I hear, thank you. I hear a desire for an amendment. Is there a second? Second from Councilmember Jazinski. All in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Resolution 2025-477, excuse me, will now read under the Highway Fund. The total is $404,532.47. The total of the warrant is now $1,940,085.21.
Okay, thank you. On the question, as amended? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries.
Resolution 2025-478, sponsored by Councilmember Pilarski, seconded by Supervisor Nowak. By resolution dated December 12, 2023, Resolution 2023-681, that the position of Deputy Superintendent of Highways shall be abolished at the close of business on December 31st, 2023. After further review by the Town Board and the Superintendent of Highways, there is a need to rescind this resolution. This Town Board hereby rescinds the aforementioned resolution.
Right, on the question, before I speak on the item, the mover is Mr. Pilarski. I'd like to give you an opportunity if you wanted to say anything about it, and then I have comments.
So the intent of this is so when the superintendent is away, he could appoint somebody. We're working that into the contract when we went with the TCSU contract, but that didn't go through that way. So now when he's off or gone or on vacation or whatever, he could designate somebody no different than our town supervisor can designate somebody. We control this because I don't think it should be funded. We control it by putting it in the budget at a $0 line. So if money's the issue and that's what our concern is, then we just put it as a $0 line in that budget. But this just allows the superintendent to designate somebody while he is gone or she in the future to be the deputy.
And just to add to that, this is something that with the TCSU contract settled, I wanted to bring this issue before the board again to have a little bit more discussion on. It's an item that if we reestablish the title, that at budget time, just for transparency, I would have the power in a tentative budget to affix a dollar amount to the title, and the town board would then have the power to change that dollar amount at budget time. If we're willing to establish the title, I'm happy to have discussions about what this board feels the dollar amount will be, and if the answer comes to whatever that number comes to, I'd be willing to put that in my tentative budget in an effort to work with this board. Any other questions?
I do have a question or comment.
Yep. Sorry. Mr. Thompson, if you'd like to go first.
I'm just going to ask, doesn't the highway superintendent have the authority to appoint somebody to this position now?
We addressed this issue earlier in the year. I think Mr. Fowler, sorry to keep kicking things over to you. I think you're best suited of the folks that are up here to address that question.
Repeat it, I apologize.
I asked if the highway superintendent had the authority to appoint somebody to be his designee while he's out of commission.
Okay, that's where you got me. Designated to work on his behalf or have control while he's gone? Yes, by letter to the board. Is he currently authorized to designate someone as his deputy? No, because the position doesn't exist.
Thank you. So my thinking was correct. If the intent of having somebody, be in his position, if he's on vacation or, indisposed, he has the authority to put somebody in this position. So I'm not sure why we would put somebody in this position in the inventory at $0 if it's, because who would do this job for $0, or you can just be appointed when you need to. I don't understand.
I can speak for myself. What I wanted to see in the TCSU contract didn't happen in terms of getting duties of a deputy highway superintendent split out. This resolution has been filed by Pilarski and myself. I'm sure his opinion is different than mine, and I think that's great. That's how democracy works. But for myself, I would like to see us in the next 2-3 years, maybe sooner than that, be back to a position where we have somebody that is a second in command, that is salaried, and that is there 5 days a week. With that not being done, we're not getting that covered in the TCSU contract, that's something I'd personally like to see. There's 7 of us on this board, though. And if the solution to the deputy problem is something besides that, and the board majority wishes to go in a different direction, I get it, I understand, but following passage of TCSU, I just wanted to have this filed one more time, have some discussion on it. Councilmember Benchkowski.
I just want a reminder, as a refresher here, back in 2022 and 2023, several town board members wanted to abolish this position. So we finally did, because of the fact that one of the reasons was it wasn't for economy purposes. We didn't need the position. So we finally abolished it in 2023, and now you want to put it back, which I think is going to cost us money. It just said for economy and efficiency purposes, hereby determines it's the best interest of the town to abolish the position of deputy highway superintendent. So we did. So I don't know what's changed. Was this back in 2022 and 23, was it a personal direction towards somebody, or was it really not needed back then, but now it is?
Councilmember Pilarski?
I could speak on that. Being told what we were just told from legal, that, hey, we don't have to have that title in there to appoint somebody to, look over and do the duties. I'm fine with moving on and getting rid of this resolution there. My purpose of eliminating it back in the day, 2-3 years ago, was financial, and I don't want to see added expenses on here, like I said when I first opened up this conversation. So if it's a moot point and he can appoint somebody and designate them, I say we move on.
again, when it comes to all our departments, I learn more every day about how things function. So having 4 years under my belt versus 7.5, you see things a little bit differently. And especially in the last 2 years, I have taken an intense deep dive into the highway department. There's departments that once I got on the door, I made an intense deep dive right away. And I think we all have had that experience up here where we could be 3, 4, 5 years in for those of our veterans, second year in. And you're like, okay, I understand how this works a little bit better now. I had a first impression, a second impression, and now after learning a little bit more, now I get it. With understanding more about how our foremen are working and how the design build method works. We had a presentation on that last year. That changes my perspective on how things go. I mean, we can get into the police department perspective, for instance, when we talk about having 4 captains versus 3 captains and an assistant chief. There's different ways to look at that. And I'm learning more about our police department every day, just like the rest of our board. I'm going to exempt Mr. Filipski. I think he's the resident expert up here on how CPD works. But just a matter of learning more about how things work and trying something out, realizing it wasn't the fix. And again, with the TCSU contract not being done, being at a position that maybe we need to take another look at this, have another discussion.
So what did you find that made you want to put this deputy back in with all those foremen there?
I want to give the discretion to the highway superintendent because I can see a case in point where that would be beneficial. I can also see a case in point if you have a principal engineer assistant that is shared between the departments and a foreman that's willing to take on some of those duties, that's another solution to that, but that's not within the TCSU contract right now. So I'm just putting something else on the table on how to make sure we have a chain of command where we're going from our highway superintendent and there's a good line of communication with the general crew chief and those working crew chiefs to make sure that there's unbroken continuity. We've got a good situation going over there in terms of communication and getting a lot of good things done for our residents, but this just makes things even stronger. And for as large of a town as we are, realizing the need for that.
So you want to make this a full-time position or as needed?
My goal here is to make sure that if we have a natural disaster, if we have an emergency of some sorts, that Rick's got coverage and the board doesn't need to take action to make sure that that coverage is there. This is one way to go about it. If we have a department where there are 7 foremen and we have engineering assistants for the highway superintendent, I can see a case where this isn't necessary. But if we don't have that happening and we're down to 6 foremen, God forbid we get down to 5 with a retirement or some other issue, that we have to talk about the kind of work that needs to get covered, whether it's undergrounds, various other things within the leadership of the highway department.
I'd like to call the question.
Okay. All right. All in favor? Any opposed?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Madam Clerk, we have a roll call.
No. Councilmember Bukowski.
No.
Councilmember Benchkowski.
No.
Councilmember Filipski.
No.
Councilmember Jazinski. Councilmember Pilarski.
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson.
No.
Supervisor Nowak.
Yes.
Motion is defeated. Resolution 2025-481, sponsored by Councilmembers Jazinski and Thompson. There exists a planned service agreement for the town's building systems between the town of Cheektowaga and Johnson Controls that is set to expire on June 30th, 2025. This town board approves the attached planned services proposal with Johnson Controls for a 1-year period ending June 30th, 2026 at a total cost of $159,000.
Right. On the question, would the mover or the second like to speak on the item first?
After having discussions with our facilities department, and there's new information to me that this company does not oversee all of our campus, and it's just a portion of it. So I'm looking for something with a little bit more efficiency, and if it's possible to have either a company take care of the entire town or revise some of the things that is currently being done. It just seems very inefficient to me. And I know this was a 1-year contract, so we can determine, other options or different methods. But I have meeting in the works to meet with another company, with the department head, to see what our options are. And I'd like to at least table this for now. But if you have anything you'd like to add to it, we can discuss after.
Yeah, I reviewed the contract and there was missing information. There was equipment on there, but no identifiable numbers, model serial numbers. To my knowledge, this company has been servicing a portion of our equipment for some time. I don't know what any communicating thermostats it has. I don't know what filter size it has. So how can I put a dollar amount to equipment that I can't even verify without a model or serial number to know, things like BTUs, tonnage, age, the equipment, because, some of this equipment could be, outdated, and here we are, we're going to just limp it along until the next catastrophe. Also, I had asked to see their hot work permit, because I know in the past that they had done a compressor replacement at the dispatch that set off the fire alarms, and we can't afford to have that happen. Also, I'd like to see their emergency action plan. So there's definitely some pieces that are missing in the contract when I first viewed it. I agree with Councilmember Thompson. We need to maybe look at some other options. In today's world, there's a lot of competition, and I just feel that our money would be better served for the constituents if we didn't. We have to look at other options. This company has been doing some work, and to my knowledge, there's been, some complaints about them. So with that being said, I'd like to second. Did you table it?
Yeah, before we, I've got a couple
Everything was
questions before we
emailed
table.
to this town board that you were requesting. I don't know if you've seen it or reviewed it yet, but
Yeah, it's
everything
still
with the
missing
serial number.
information. Still missing information.
Like it was there when I looked at it, but I'm not the expert on it, so I'll trust you that, yes, it's missing. I'll trust you.
The resolution says the contract is set to expire on June 30th. Can the sponsor and the second speak to what the plan is for services? Are we going to extend the existing contract, or how are we going to cover the work in the meantime?
So this was just tabled, so there shouldn't be any further discussion.
I did ask to discuss this before the table. Can you guys speak to what happens, considering, I appreciate that, Vern.
Sure. So there were discussions to determine, which issues that have already happened would be covered. And, we did have a large issue recently with one of our main systems going down. And it was a unit that was supposed to be serviced, but they are behind on their service logs, actually quite severely. So an issue that affected the entire town, and a lot of our upper management have spent countless hours on trying to get this back up and running for something that could have been avoidable. So there's service calls that are supposed to be preemptive and proactive to prevent these sorts of things, and they're so incredibly backlogged that this could have potentially been missed by them. So that is an issue to me. If there's a company that's been doing this for so long, and should be familiar with the town's campus and where our important assets are and how they should be protected. I mean, that's concerning. So that is one of the main reasons why I want to at least hear out another company. It's not vindictive by any means, but I mean, it's very costly for the issue that we had recently. So it's very concerning to me.
I hear you on that. So we have, let's say it takes us another 45 days to get a contract set, and maybe we go with Johnson Controls, maybe we go with a different company. In the meantime, have we confirmed that Johnson Controls is going to continue servicing the town?
Well, that's been lacking as of today, period.
So, I mean, I guess to ask the question a different way, they are doing some work for the town, and, you know, you're pointing out some issues. I hear you on the issues we got to work through. Are we going to call out on a case by case? Is that the idea you have in mind? Or what do we do to deal with any problems that may come up before we get someone else in place? That's basically what I'm asking. I understand that there's some of that that's been lacking, but how do we deal with the interim? That's all I'm asking.
Well, I mean, there's a few different ways we can do it. We can continue to authorize this contract for another year and continue to have deficiencies, or we can seek something potentially better, or at least competitive and beneficial to the town and not us wasting more resources. And we can have, you know, something happen within a week from now that, you know, if it's over a certain dollar amount and where it's going to cost us anyhow at that point. And that kind of goes back to, yes, there are preventative, you know, measures they're supposed to be taking, and they are backlogged at this point. So, I mean, do we just take their word and wait for the next big catastrophe to happen? And it's going to, you know, result in, yes, it may be covered to fix it, but what about all the implications that come from something, you know, on a large scale?
I think we're at the verify stage of trust and verify. If this company is going to service us as a holdover as we're working out the agreement and discussions with us, I'm fine with tabling it and taking a few weeks to work through the rest of it. I just don't know if that's going to be the case following this evening. That's all I was asking.
So is our intent to put out a notice to bidders and have like someone like MJ and O'Connor and all different companies bid on it, or just table this and review the proposal or whatnot?
I know the facilities department were putting bids together. I know there's a company that has a proposal ready for us to review this week.
And again, it comes with a cost. If the company we have isn't doing what this board feels is necessary, we may have to switch gears, make an investment with a new company to get up to speed and have them do the work that was getting done before. If that's the view of the board, I get it. So I appreciate the discussion. There was a motion and a second to table. Is that still in place?
But postpone.
Postpone, rather. So.
You could do either or.
Yeah.
Part of the town attorney to explain their choices.
What is it you want to do? You want to postpone to a particular date with the board vote, or do you want to table it with only 2 people requesting?
I would prefer postponement.
I'd like to postpone this to our next meeting date of August 12th. Or make a motion to postpone that.
Second from Mr. Pilarski. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, postponed.
Resolution 481 has been postponed until our next board meeting of August 12th. Resolution 2025-486, sponsored by Supervisor Noack, seconded by Councilmember Pilarski. Sealed proposals will be received and considered by the Town Board of the Town of Cheektowaga on August 6, 2025 at 11 a.m. The Cheektowaga Town Hall for the furnishing of equipment and operators for the drainage improvement on Ivanhoe, Marne, Preston, Rowan, and Carroll Drive in the Town of Cheektowaga, bid 2025-21.
On the question, as the mover, I'd like to take a moment to speak on this. Councilmember Benchkowski and I had a chance to talk for a little while today about a number of these resolutions. And this was one that comes with $1 million grant. And I'm hoping that this is one that we can get done tonight. So if there's any questions from board members, I'd be happy to take some time now to work through those the best we can. Questions, comments from other council members? Councilmember Benchkowski.
Yes, the notice to bidders, I have a problem with the date. Because when I look at I looked at the attachment for this WQIP 4 for Ivanhoe. It's the $1 million that we're receiving from the DEC with no match. So we want to get it done. The period was from 4/1/2021 to 6/30/2026. So this notice to bidders, though, has, if you have the contract to the end of December of 2026, we should really, the notice to bidders we have to have that contract done by June of 2026.
This is one we talked about earlier. I'd be happy to offer the motion to amend that.
Okay.
To switch the date on this item to go to June 30th, 2026, rather than the December 31st. So I'll make the motion. Is there a second?
Second, I'll second that one.
All right, all in favor of that amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Do we have any opposed? Amendment carries. So on the resolution proper, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries.
Excuse me, Supervisor, but I need some clarification on that. Where in the resolution are there dates? Are there any
it's
that
in
we
the
are looking at, or is
I
it in
bel-
the attachment?
I don't see it in the resolution. I believe it's associated with the bid itself, with the bid document itself, not within the resolution.
The document should be 6/30 instead of 12/30/26?
Yes, that would reflect the intent of the board.
Yeah, so if you could just make sure you change the notice to bidders when you send it out, so the contract period is changed, that cover sheet also.
Resolution 2025-487, sponsored by Supervisor Nowak, seconded by Councilmember Pilarski. Sealed proposals will be received and considered by the Town Board of the Town of Cheektowaga on August 6, 2025 at 11 a.m. at the Cheektowaga Town Hall for the furnishing of equipment and operators for the drainage improvements on Seal, Trudy, and Jane Drive in the Town of Cheektowaga. That is bid 2025-22.
Yeah, on this item, this is another one I had an opportunity to discuss earlier with the councilwoman. And I understand that there's support for some items and not others. I will let others speak for themselves, but this item here, we do have funds available in drainage, available in a few different accounts to deal with work that's been on our radar since, I believe it was 2024. Maybe it goes back a little bit earlier on that. Councilmember Benchkowski.
Yeah, I agree. We do have funds, and again, we need to get this done, but I think because of the Pleasant Parkway project having to get done, we want to get that done, and now we have this $1 million we can't afford to lose. It waited too long. I don't think we can take on this big project on Seal, Trudy, and Jane now. I think I would be willing to bid this out in 3 months in November and have it all set for next year. But to start tearing up a street now and 2 other projects, which in Ivanhoe and there's 6, I think, streets there. I think that's just too much to take on.
Discussions about the question, I see you, Rick, give me just a moment. There were discussions about getting this work done in 1 year. And there was a very candid and honest answer to that. And the answer was basically no, that there's a lot of work here and a lot of it can get done this year, but there's no ability to promise that it would all get done. Now, there are other important things in this list of notice to bidders that our town employees would be involved in doing. And with this one here, I think it's one thing to put out a notice to bidders and get the bids and start the process. One of the issues we've had on the board the last couple years with capital projects is a change in the way, I'll get to you in a second, Rick, is the way we've done the approvals of these projects. When I was a councilman, we would have resolutions on notice to bidders out in March. We would approve them by the end of the same month. And for that time, we were getting work done in the field come April, May. So once the snow is gone, once, ground's not frozen anymore, we're at work. It's been different the last couple of years, and I say this descriptively and not as a criticism here, is that it took us a little bit longer in 2024. We had some growing pains to reach a happy medium of how to fund work. So we got a late start there. And this year there have been some issues regarding how the bids themselves are structured and how the contracts are structured and things like that. Just some changes in direction that started later. That gets to what I brought up at the last board meeting about we're going to have to start our capital projects meeting sooner, around Labor Day. So we get a list of the things we need to do. We can go to our state officials to help them find some funds. And by the time we get past Christmas, the first of the year, the idea is we have broad agreement on the projects we want to do, what we're willing to do in terms of how to fund them, whether it's state dollars, a little bit of cash we have on hand, things like that, and we can hit the ground running the first of the year. I would think part of that is approving notices to bidders and the work to say that the board will go on record to say, we'll earmark some funds that we have in terms of cash dollars to do this work. And also with the directive, we're not going to take this on in 2025. So that's where I'm coming from with something like this, why I would be comfortable personally passing this resolution. I know the highway superintendent wanted to speak, so podium is yours. Councilman Thompson, if you want to, floor is yours before the highway super.
If I'm mistaken, these projects, we have the funds for, right?
Yeah.
Resolve that funds for the drainage improvement are available in account, and then it lists them. Yes, sir.
So in the beginning of the year, when we said to put this out to bid, that did happen? No, we did say to put it out to bid, right?
Yeah, because I have that January.
Like February, like the beginning. I remember
I don't know
it was
why-
late January.
Timeline right here.
And I just don't understand why or who would be defiant to just not put it out to bid if the entire board is saying, let's do the work that we have the funding for and put it out to bid. But it's the end of July now, and we're saying, let's get this done. And everybody looks at us like, why isn't this work getting done? We have timelines, specific dates and emails from earlier in the year to say, why isn't this getting done? Put it out to bid. We don't know how much funding we have to do these projects. The funding we have to do these projects, let's do what we can. And this was in the end of January. So I don't know if somebody can give me another answer. If everybody looks at me like I have two heads, I don't understand.
Go through that timeline real quick.
I was just
or
going to
Barb?
ask him to.
Please.
if he could.
Do you want Rick
Yeah,
to?
please.
Rick,
Rick, you can have the floor, and then we can go through this, please.
All right. January 31st, Vern, Barb, and myself met with Mark Crystal and Lou Erikel right in that office. We discussed capital projects. We told them that we were prepared to move ahead with every project that was paid for already. We weren't going to bond anything. February 14th, Barb and I met with the supervisor in his office. Told him the same exact thing. February 19th, Barb sent an email to Mark Crystal telling him to contact the supervisor, who's the chair of the Capital Projects Committee, to find out all the projects we were okay with and how we would pay for them. That email was responded back on the 20th from him to her, thanking her and that he would take care of that. On March 7th, another capital project meeting. Vern and Barb attended, same questions. March 21st, another capital projects meeting. Same questions, same answers. And here we are. So I don't know. I've told numerous people in emails and face-to-face, we're good with whatever you have paid for, which was somewhere between $6 and $8 million. Have at it, put it out for bid. Put it out for bid. I kept getting emails back, you got to tell me the scope of work. I barely know how to put gas in my car. I can't give you the scope of work. I'm not a construction guy, sorry. This went back and forth till Mr. Bowen finally said, the engineering department will do that. That's their job. So I don't know what's going on.
Pleasant Parkway was approved back in February, January. Do it. Put it out for bid. Wasn't done. I don't know why. I don't have the answers. We're not trained. Okay, I've met with the HR director. I've met with the TCA president about training. I've met with Jay Tolsma about getting training done. I get met with, well, we don't do that. We don't have the equipment. We don't have the guys. I said, well, Tolsma can get you the equipment. Erie County Highway can get you the equipment about the shoring equipment, because you guys don't have it, allegedly, of what I've been told. I don't get an answer. Pipe crew. Your general crew chief said, do you have a pipe crew? Because I asked him in an email. He said, you do. I said, okay, so that means they're trained, they're qualified, they're capable and able, and they want to do it because they just did a job on the Ave a couple months ago. I never got a reply. I just hear we're not trained, and then I hear the TCSU doesn't do training. That's not our job. TCA doesn't train their own employees, so it's not my job to figure out training. Anybody that's hired should be trained, I assume, just like the sewer department. We don't maintain our sewers. We don't do the work. We haven't done the work in 30 years. It says right here, in your job description, repair sewers, manholes, and catch basins. I get told, yeah, but we do a lot more than what's in that job description. How do you get hired if you can't fix your friggin' manholes in your sewer? That's your job. It says sewer maintenance worker. Then I ask the question, why do we have a sewer department? I don't get an answer. Everybody wants to spend money. Nobody wants to do their jobs. It's not the employees. It seems like it's the bosses, because I hear a lot of CMH should be doing this. Why isn't CMH doing this? We shouldn't be doing this. CMH should be doing this. They get paid more than we do. Sorry, Rick, but this has been going on for months and months and months. And I've been here 6.5 months. I don't know any jack. And this is what I've been dealing with. I hear a lot of what we can't do. I hear zero of what we can do. That's wrong.
Okay, on these projects that are coming up here, Pleasant can be finished this year. The drainage work, that can be worked later into the year because it doesn't require a lot of paving. Those projects can be done. That's all I was come up here to bring up. That part of it, if I can get invited to some of them other meetings, maybe I can help you out. Okay.
And God bless you. I hope you can.
Question two, so if we're going to be working and doing paving now later, and I understand you may not put the bids out for doing this work, much earlier in the year, is that going to affect now, your leaf pickup and all the other things that residents look forward to around that time frame because we're too busy doing road work late into the year? Or
we work with the contractors on these projects, so it doesn't require all our people. We've got enough to go around to handle the leaf pickup. Grass crews are done. Grass ain't grown in the fall. Those guys go on the leaf pickup deals. So we just move people around.
And just one last question while you're here. Tony made some excellent points there, but just to piggyback, have you been aware that we've wanted and directed to put this out to bid? Has anybody said anything to you, or have you asked why aren't this being done?
Of problems in the beginning, in the spring, with the board. We don't want this contract. We don't want this happening. We don't want that. It pushed everything back. Every time we turned around, there was a no for something, and it kept pushing these projects back. No, we're going to do it. Nope. It got pushed back again. I'll go back and look and see what was pushed back, and I can get some more information to you. But that's what I recall. Everything got pushed back because there's no money in the budget. That's what we were told.
I guarantee you, I will swear on my kids' lives, right in that room, and several emails and several times, every project that is paid for, put it out for bid. That's coming from the board. Diane even sent out an email from the board majority. This is what we're approving, this is what we want, move it forward. And I'll be honest, I don't care who the contractor is. I sat up here and I said it. You shop at Wegmans your whole life. Once in a while, you try Tops or Aldi to see if you get a better price. That's all we were asking. But everything's getting turned around on us. This is a game. I know what the game is. I get it. It's got to stop. We have to look out for the people, not about us getting reelected.
Yeah.
Or making each other look bad.
My
'Cause
end
that's a
is
bunch of
working
crap.
with my people and getting them trained. We are doing training programs. We've done more training this year.
Absolutely. Jay Tolsma said you had excavation training. He went through the training you had. Email, was it like today or yesterday? We're not trained.
We've had more training in this year
Right.
than in the last 5 years.
Well, our guys aren't trained. That's what your people are telling us.
Well, we just did a road safety training, and it was very good. 26 guys showed up for it. It was
You got
awesome.
a pipe crew that they say can't dig more than 2 feet.
No, we can dig up to 5 feet.
Right,
Okay.
but you can get the shoring also.
Short, and then we got to go to school for anything further
Well-
than that. It's another school. We're looking to do it.
What about your shared
and we're trying-
services
we're-
agreement you asked for? And we,
That I checked. None of the adjacent towns do any of their anything over 5 feet.
when I talked to Tonawanda, they said they dig 12.
Okay.
And I was told,
I went
well,
to
their sewer
Lancaster,
system's different than us.
West Seneca, Hamburg.
I get
I
subcontracting.
went and asked.
I get subcontract. I get it. I understand. You can't do everything.
Right.
But you can't have a project set up with our people and then ask volunteers who feels comfortable to do this. And when you have a trained pipe crew, I don't get it. I don't get it. They make zero sense to me. And all that means is somebody's setting up people to look bad instead of getting the job done.
I'm not going to put anybody in harm's way until
Everybody needs to be safe.
They're safe. That was the whole deal.
100%.
I'm not putting anybody in harm's way.
100%. We
We'll
don't
dig
either.
whatever we can dig at our rates, what we can do, and they do it efficiently.
Well, there's a disconnect somewhere.
Well, that's what I'm working on. So
We have other resolutions that deal with this work, and I think there's going to be other opportunities, there will be, to speak further on these issues. I'd like to call the question on this particular resolution.
Resolution 2025-487.
Councilmember Jazinski would like to speak. Go ahead.
I know on several occasions, Rick, I've asked for a comprehensive plan of what your safety program is, and I just would like to know what our plan is. I mean, yes, I hear that you're training and stuff, but I know since I've been on this board, I've asked for, the plan, what type of safety, schedule. I need to see the schedule. I'm sure we all need to see the schedule. So I just want to know what they're getting trained for, because it seems like there is pushback saying, well, our guys aren't trained well. You can't expect somebody brand new on the job to come out and be able to, operate heavy equipment, even if they have a CDL license. They need some on-the-job training. So I'm just curious if you could provide a schedule of all the training you would like to provide or have provided. Is that something that you can put together possibly?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so I'd like to call the question.
good with me?
2025-487. On the question,
All in favor? Aye.
any opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Roll call vote, Councilmember Bukowski.
Yes.
Councilmember Benchkowski.
No.
Councilmember Flipsky.
No.
Councilmember Jazinski.
No.
Councilmember Pilarski.
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson.
No.
Supervisor Noack.
Yes.
Motion is defeated.
I'd like to see this resubmitted in November.
Second that, Tony.
Resolution 2025-488, sponsored by Supervisor Noack, seconded by Councilmember Pilarski. Sealed proposals will be received and considered by the Town Board of the Township of Waga on August 6, 2025, at 11 a.m. at the Cheektowaga Town Hall for the furnishing equipment of operators for drainage improvements on Beal Drive in the town of Cheektowaga. That'll be bid 2025-23.
Right, on the question, I have nothing to add on this particular resolution. Anything from Mr. Pilarski, and then we'll go over to Councilmember Venchkowski. Okay, Councilmember Venchkowski, the floor is yours.
Yes, regarding Beal, I see that you had a petition that the residents on Beal had given you, but it was back from January 29th, 2024.
Right.
So why wasn't the work done then? And now we're in, again, now we're into August of 2025 bidding this out, and it's not going to get done.
There was, so again, this is a case of the discussions in 2024 where we were talking about how to fund work, how much bonding, how much cash. And this is a project, as far as I recollect, that we decided to take off the list. The priority was the Galleria Drive Bridge. There was other work associated with that. That got into highway drainage. And we had enough, we reached an agreement on the highway drainage funding between cash use and bonding that covered several projects, and this one was not completed as part of that.
But it should have been probably put out to bid earlier this year then, because wasn't this one of them? That was in the drainage for Beal.
Something we talked about last year.
Oh, here it is. Yes, it's in the January 29th letter, just the famous letter, under storm drainage and highway improvements. January 29th, 2025, Beal Avenue, replace and upgrade failing corrugated metal storm sewers that were found to be deteriorated condition after a minor flooding event in early 2024. But yet, it was never put out. Now, Rick, can your people do this work? Replace and upgrade failing corrugated metal storm sewers on Beal. It's
Rick, can you
street.
approach the podium again, please? Thank you.
I don't have the details on these projects.
Oh.
So these all run through engineering, and I'm the guy that supplies the trucks.
Mm-hmm. I know they did the
stone,
drainage on
blacktop.
Vern Lane, and that wasn't that deep. So I don't know if Beal's.
We did a lot of the drainage on Vern Lane ourselves.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
That's why I thought, well, maybe you guys can do this, but
This has got to be deeper than what we can do. That's probably the reason.
So what? I'm pardon.
It's probably deeper than what we normally would do, so that's why it's bid out.
It's hard to say how long this is going to take. It's just like we're taking a lot on, and I don't want to overextend ourselves. So for me, I'd like to put this back out and.
Yeah, I said, before we go to you, this is another one we talked about, Diane, earlier in the day, and I know that, correct me if I'm wrong, your take on this was basically the same as the prior resolution, to say, hey, you want to do it in November for next year.
Yeah, I think we should do it, and they waited this long, so we want it done right, and if you have to start tearing up the road and then laying blacktop or concrete in October, November when it's cold, I don't know.
And just like the other resolution, I mean, there are a couple things at work in terms of the funding side of this. We had resolution passed earlier in the year about the 1% budget cut and all that. That's a small piece of this. And we also had the CHIPS pay for potholes and all that, we're all in the mix in terms of funding levels, what can be used for what, that get into timelines and all this. But Councilmember Pilarski?
So whether it was the last resolution, this resolution, the next one, or all of them all together, I mean, we have to start somewhere. Getting the bids is the first step to move forward with this. We could deny all the bids after the fact. If it's the same company that bids on them all, I also would question, how the heck are they going to get all this work done by the end of the year before snow comes? If it's 6 different companies, 6 different projects, which was the request of this board back in April to bid every one of these projects out individually rather than all together, we don't know until we start getting stuff back. We can't assume. We are not the subject matter experts to say how long this is going to take a company to do. but we got to start somewhere. And by us just kicking the can down the road, we're only further delaying this more and more. Yes, there's issues of, hey, this went from the capital committee and was not communicated and pushed forward. I don't disagree. This stuff should have been out in March and April. But all we're doing now is still pushing it along even further.
Well, it's an over a year bid though. See, that's the problem I have too. It's saying it starts in August and doesn't end till next year, at the end of 2026, December. So I just don't want to see all these streets torn up and then people are there through the winter with a torn up street, spring.
Absolutely. I totally understand and agree with you.
Right.
You know, last thing we want to do is tear them up and then put cones places and then plows them up.
Like what happened to
100%.
Pleasant. Doesn't look
But is
good.
it something we can tell these contractors after bids come in and say, hey, you don't start this work till the spring? We set the timeline for them after the bids are in. We're locked in with a lower rate. I'm afraid prices are going to go up next
I don't
time
even
anyway.
think anybody's going to bid on this.
And they may not also. This all
Because
may be,
everybody's got their
there already may
projects.
be a lot. You're 100% right on that too.
Guys, one at a time.
Right.
It's Councilmember Bukowski, I'm sorry. You have the floor, Ms.
The
Bukowski.
thing is, I just thought with this notice of bidders, it's just being proactive instead of waiting to November. Okay, granted, we may not be able to get all the work done, but at least let's see what kind of bids are going to, what are we looking at? That's all. I just thought it was being more proactive with all these notice to bidders.
But the contract, the notice to bidders, if you looked at it, says August 2025 to
December of 26.
So who's going to stop them from starting now, tearing up the road?
We are by
Well,
not
we
accepting that
could.
bid
I just
until
say-
Yeah, it's
a certain point.
If they start a project.
Rick, I'm sorry to cut you off. Mr. Thompson was waiting to speak, and then we'll go to you, okay?
I just had a question for the engineer. So the bids that are being produced, who is putting these out? Are you overseeing this, or can you speak to any of that at all to clear some of this?
Mark Crystal is the one who prepared these notice to bidders and the bid specs.
Do you prepare any of these? Or
specific specifications? No, I
can
wasn't
you?
involved in these.
Are
I
you-
have done some of them in the past, yes.
Just because you're here at all these meetings, you see what's going on and the confusion, and I just think maybe it's the buck, not placing blame at all. The buck stops at the top, it's our fault, things don't get done. I just think, having your hand involved in this, what we're looking for. I think you should be involved in putting these together. I don't know if anybody else
Right, we
has
should
an
have these in
opinion on
our
that.
hands. I mean, construction season usually starts in March for heavy highway. March is usually when the floodgates open, so we should be getting these bids no later than February.
That's something that you're able to do, or can you speak to that, engineer, please?
Typically, in the past, we've done the bid specifications. We prepared them in January, February, and usually they would go out to bid late February, early March. And then we would award sometime late March, early April, and they'd be ready to start work late April, early May, usually.
Because even with this, saying that, I understand it happened already, but we have this going on in late January, February, and this is just coming up now. I just don't understand why. And I think it's a point where you should be involved in this to remedy some of this.
I think the question was early in the year, there wasn't funding specifically dedicated to these particular projects.
Was though, Pat, according to the, I think you were copied on that January 29th email, it says this is what we have funding for. Storm drainage and highway improvements, BO is on here also, $350,000. And there's line items here.
All right, I don't have that email in front of me. I can't look at that and comment on that at this time.
Oh, maybe you weren't copied on it.
Rick?
No, you were.
I just wanted to answer Diane's.
Yeah.
Just
go ahead, Rick.
When they do these roads and they'll do the drainage, they follow up and fill behind themselves. So when they end the project in the fall, they fill in so the roads are plowable.
What do you mean, fill in with what?
With blacktop until they'll run as long as the plants run, so they can do the repairs in the street. It's normally it's just a trench pour or a trench they're filling in.
Right.
They'll fill it in and roll it, And when they, end for the season, when they can't work any longer, that's when they start up in the spring. So they get a jump on the project starting now. Okay, they get a jump. Let's get going because this job's going to end in 26. They want to get started this year. They'll do what they can, do the tie-in as far as they can go, blacktop it, then you're done for the winter.
So they're not going to tear up the whole street?
No, they'll do it. They work as
pretty long,
they do it as they go. They don't go tear a street up. They might make the road cuts.
Where the whole street.
They'll put road cuts in, saw cut it, which doesn't hurt anything for the winter. So that's how they do the project.
But the blacktop they're laying isn't really, it's still kind of rough, like.
No, it's good. They fill it back in. Then down the road, that road will become a mill and fill job. Once the drainage is done properly, so we don't have to go dig it up again, that road will be set for a paving project.
Yeah, because I noticed on the notice to bidders, the scope of work just says Beale Avenue, approximately 5.792 LF of HDPE storm sewer from 6 inches to 24-inch diameter with approximately 29 drainage structures. What are those? The receivers?
The DI receivers, yes. Or tie-in manholes.
Why couldn't our guys do receivers? I know they used to.
No, we can, but we're in a project this big.
One street?
We can't, that's a big project for the crew we have.
Oh.
We go out and do repairs. We'll do a couple of receivers a day, on our crews. So it's not a project that we can fully staff.
With that said, I'd like to call a question.
Good with me?
Yeah, thanks.
Supervisor, I just want to add that we do have, because I know that you're looking at a lot of different contracts here. We do have the ability to manage these contracts and dictate when they do and don't start. So we're not going to have a case where you got 5 different contractors, for instance, starting at one time.
I would think that in this particular case, after my conversation with Councilmember Benchkowski today, that it would be important for this one, if the notice to bidders were approved and we move forward, that we go on the timeline that the board majority agrees on. So that way we, part of solving this issue that has emerged is having work in the pipeline for next year, doing this capital projects meeting after Labor Day, being more explicit in exactly what we're looking for here. And I'm not to say that certain individuals haven't been explicit, but to make sure everybody involved is on the same page. Vern?
My issue and major concern is what is going to prevent this from happening again next year? And then next year comes and we're doing projects still from this year. So we're going to be sitting in the same boat we are today. Nothing's going to change. And that is why I'm continuing this discussion, because it needs to go in a different direction. We're not going to have the ability to do the projects we need to do next year because we're still working on, we didn't have time last year, so we had to move it into next year. We did have time this year. That's the issue, but everybody's sweeping it, underneath.
I think
what's going to change?
I think in the short run, we play catch up. And as I just suggested, we do these capital projects meetings after Labor Day and get everything buttoned up in terms of what the board is willing to fund and the projects we have prioritized by Thanksgiving and Christmas. And that way we're not talking about this in March and April like we have last year and we've gotten into this year, even beyond. I think that that's the best approach right now to solve our problem and to prevent that from happening again. And
what if we're bogged down by projects from this year and we're not able to do the capital projects that we approved to get done, and then you just keep rolling it downhill? And
it's a fair question on that. It's a matter, we have to play some catch up first, and then from there, if we have a handful of projects in the pipeline, or we approve contracts in January and February, by the time the snow's gone and all of that, then we can get started on any genuine 26 projects. It may mean a smaller list next year, just to make sure that we're up to where we need to be, but that's what I have in mind. Councilmember Benchkowski.
Yes, and I talked with the supervisor. I think that's a great plan. Let's do a plan in September for next year, but let's look at the projects that we have to do this year. We have to finish Pleasant Parkway, and that's still a big project. And we have to finish that DEC money, that $1 million, Ivanhoe, all that this year, because of the end of that funding has to be in by June of 2020.
June and 26. And
So those two we already approved. We're all set with that. And I don't think we can take any more on this year.
And when we spoke earlier, we talked about a couple other things going on in the Dick Urban neighborhood with receivers, a sanitary sewer issue in another neighborhood, and
the EC consent order, the lining is still going on.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
There is a lot going on, but
Bridge replacement.
But to get those, but to figure out where we're going to be through the rest of 25 and talk about 26 before 25 is over, that's what we do to solve this problem.
Not to prolong this any longer, because I feel like I already had 3 birthdays sitting here. I think I was like under the impression, like Diane, we're doing a lot. We've authorized a lot for some reason that never got done. But I would like to see like the rest of this stuff that's not super critical to November. And like the supervisor said, that's when we sit down and we say, okay, we got Beal, we got Seal, Trudy, Jane, we got Raymond that needs to get done. Let's put that out. You know what I mean? That's part of the talk and the list that we moving forward. And like Vern said, so we're not doing this every year.
So we're not overextending ourselves like Vern said,
right,
and it
that's the other
doesn't get
thing.
done.
And like Rick said, these are big projects and he doesn't have all the guys that can do all that stuff. So if we approve 7 projects at once and he's only got guys for 3 or 4 or even 5, I think we're overextending Highway 2. And then like leaf season comes. God forbid it snows on Halloween again or something,
Or before that, October 6th.
Yeah, nobody's saying don't do it.
Mhm.
We have the money for it. It's all, everything, nobody's saying no. I think it's the timing and the amount.
And part of fixing the timing issue is, we've had on the front end waiting for the board to finish up.
Yeah, and I get that.
And this is the second year in a row on that. And part of preventing that timing thing is to make sure that we're not the impediment in 2026.
And
So
this is
that's
not
the goal of this.
Right, yes, and this is not adding more bond money.
No, we have all the funds. We know where they are, what the line is. So thank you for that. And for whoever put these together, that at least we know where the funds are coming from and there's no bonding.
All right, so on that, I'd like to call the question.
Resolution 2025-488, sponsored by Supervisor Nowak, seconded by Councilmember Pilarski. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Bukowski?
No.
Member Benchkowski?
No.
Councilmember Filipski?
No.
Councilmember Jazinski? Councilmember Pilarski?
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson? Supervisor Nowak?
Yes.
Motion is defeated.
But we'll put it up in a couple more months.
That's another one, November. I agree.
Resolution 2025-489, sponsored by Supervisor Nowak, seconded by Councilmember Pilarski. Sealed proposals will be received and considered by the Town Board of the Town of Cheektowaga on August 6, 2025 at 11 a.m. Cheektowaga Town Hall for the furnishing of equipment and operators for the reconstruction of Raymond Street, Phase 1 in the Town of Cheektowaga. That is bid 2025-24.
All right, on the question, this is one that my recollection of our conversation earlier, Diane, was that we had some disagreement on this one. But correct me if I'm wrong, please, but this is one that I think we can take on in 2025. I think we should. It's been on the projects list for a few years now, and it keeps getting kicked down the road. And that's just my personal take on it, so.
I wish we could, but we waited 5 years. It was on 2019 and 2020's list. So let's get it done right for these residents and just bid it out in November and start in 2026. No questions asked. Let's get it on that plan. And I'll help you be proactive. I'll have
hear you.
reminders to put it out.
Would anyone else like to speak on it?
I just have a quick question. If we're looking to put these notice for bidders in November, so we still have to vote a no now? We can't postpone it? It's got to be a definite
It'll
no
be on the
now?
next meeting if we postpone.
Oh, that's right. Okay. I just,
Well, you can postpone it.
You could postpone it to any date. So yes.
oh, so.
Or it could
and-
just be resubmitted, whatever you want to do. But then I think because that notice to bidders has to be changed then, the actual date of the contract, the longer, so it just make it easier if you resubmit it in November. And put it part of the project list that we're going to work on, the capital projects.
Going to mention that right in the resolution itself, there's a notice to bid receive date. So
Got it,
we'd have
too.
to change that. We'd have to change the notification, the publication. And I don't know if the roads get better or worse in the next 6 months. Perhaps the bid specs may even change. I'm not hoping for that, but I don't know what it'll look like by, middle to end of fall. If things changed or not, that you want to pull this, redraft it, put a new one in, might be easier, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, then this particular project, proposed reconstruction work is reimbursable through New York State CHIPS, Pave New York, and EWR programs. This is one where we're waiting for those funding amounts, and we got a letter to the town issued July 10th, right after our last meeting, about the dollar amount associated with this work. This is a project where we have new money that has gone into those accounts. 4 resolutions we did not pull from the consent agenda address these 3 accounts, and a 4th. I really think that this is one, we've put a couple projects aside till November. I understand where the board majority is coming from on that. I think this is one we should put out this notice to bidders, and I think we can get the work done this year. And I think we heard earlier the highway superintendent talking about how portions of this can be done. Now, the complication with this one in particular is a full depth reconstruction. We should discuss that a little bit further on how that would work if we can't complete it all in 25. In the event we can't, I'd really like to see this notice to bidders get out. It's a larger project, see who bids on it. We can always direct engineering not to begin the work. We can direct highway not to begin the work. So this is one I'd plead with the board members to reconsider and allow this one to go into the newspaper. That's all I have to say.
Did anybody look at the scope of work that's included in this notice to bidders? I mean, some of them are pretty simple, but some aren't, so I'm looking for it right now. But I think this one's a pretty complicated one if it's a full depth.
Not among our simpler. It's not, let's say it's not as simple as Beal.
It includes probably trees and sanitary and storm.
Any other board member comment on this? All right, all in favor? Aye, any opposed? All right.
Roll call vote, Councilmember Bukowski?
No.
Councilmember Benchkowski?
No.
Councilmember Filipski? Councilmember Jazinski? Councilmember Pilarski?
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson?
No.
Supervisor Nowak?
Yes.
The motion is defeated. Resolution 2025-490, sponsored by Supervisor Nowak, seconded by Councilmember Pilarski. Sealed bids will be received and considered by the Town Board of the Town of Cheektowaga on August 6, 2025 at 11 a.m. at the Cheektowaga Town Hall for the furnishing of equipment and operators for sanitary sewer repairs in the Town of Cheektowaga. That'll be bid 2025-25.
Right, on the question, I have nothing on this one. I don't know if any council members like to speak. Councilmember Benchkowski.
I'll just be real quick, as I think we have to go through with this one because of the sanitary sewer repairs need to be done for the DEC consent order. However, I wish in the notice to bidders, there was an actual list of the places they're going to do this. So I would suggest in the next bid, we have more detail, but I'm willing to move forward and not hold this up anymore.
I appreciate you moving forward on this. I don't think it's possible to give a list of the, if we're talking about repairs on an emergency basis, I don't think we'd be able to give a total list.
No, it's not the emergency.
But if we had a list of repairs already
Yeah.
existing, that we could certainly do. Now, the question is does the bid cover both the existing repairs and emergency ones? So, and if we can use this bid for emergency repairs, I'd imagine that we can. We wouldn't be able to give that full list. We certainly can put a list up to the point of the growing list we know that we have already. So, all in favor? I'm sorry, Councilmember Filipski.
I know I keep saying I don't want to prolong this, and I keep doing it. I just have probably a general statement, I guess. And in this bid, where it says, whereas this equipment operators bid allow for the use of town employees and equipment to assist on these needed sanitary sewer repairs until such a time that the town employees can receive the needed training and certifications to perform said repairs internally. And I keep, again, is there a training program? Is there a standard operating procedure? Does anybody have anything? I've emailed, do the bosses know how to do this? Can they train the other people? Does the department head know? I get zero answers. Sorry for the rants, but this is really, go ahead. I'm in favor of this anyways. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you for your comment. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries.
2025-490 is carried. Resolution 2025-491, sponsored by Supervisor Nowak, seconded by Councilmember Pilarski. Sealed proposals will be received and considered by the Town Board of the Town of Cheektowaga on August 6, 2025 at 11 a.m. Cheektowaga Town Hall for the furnishing of equipment and operators for storm sewer repairs in the Town of Cheektowaga. This will be bid 2025-26.
All right. I'd like to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries.
Resolution 2025-492, sponsored by Supervisor Nowak, seconded by Councilmember Pilarski. Sealed proposals will be received and considered by the Town Board of the Town of Cheektowaga on August 6, 2025 at 11 a.m. at the Cheektowaga Town Hall for the furnishing and equipment of operators for concrete restoration in the Town of Cheektowaga. This will be bid 2025-27.
All right. I have nothing in terms of comment. Any board members? Yes, Councilmember Filipski.
Rick, how big is your concrete crew? How many guys you got?
4.
You got 4? Because I was told you only had 2. So 4, this is another email disaster going back and forth about concrete work for the sewer department. I had met with the TCEA. They said they had no problem with the highway doing it. I was told the highway was doing it, and now they're not because they're too busy doing highway restoration work, which is their jobs, and I get it. So why can't they do this stuff? I'd rather give the money to our people rather than subcontractors.
I would like to see that too. These jobs are big. We can't jump in and do these whole sewer districts and stuff like our primary job in this town was road safety. Okay, that's plowing, maintaining the roads, taking care of that. This is all add-on stuff throughout the years just to keep the guys busy in the summertime. Grass crews, small pipe crew, tying in bubbler lines. We do the stuff that people need in their lawns so they're not flooding out their yards. This is what we're set up to take care of. We're not set up to do these major projects. That's why we bid them out. We bid them out, and when we have the extra people, we can use them for hauling the stone, doing the trucking, so we got a great blacktop crew. We can follow through. We can do the paving on these jobs, and that's why we set them up. We're not set up to do major projects like that. We're not Oak Grove. We're not Union Concrete.
I get it, but this doesn't even say major project. This just says concrete restoration.
And we're doing our own concrete restoration. Every time we do it, dig up a
That's
DI.
the question.
So but we can't handle. The sewer
This
department.
doesn't even say
right
who's or what. It just says concrete restoration.
Yeah. I mean, our concrete restoration is simple. It's repairing a curb, pouring around the DI. That's our concrete restoration. Fixing an apron on a driveway, we tear one up, we fix it.
We have a lot of those right now that are being done. Sorry,
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
Well, they're day-to-day logs or what they're doing.
Day-to-day, we're out doing DIs, and if they're in a driveway, sometimes you gotta break up the apron. We go back through, repair everything, try to make it as
Or they
nice
say
as
like,
possible.
hey, this is what I'm doing this week, or they just say, yep, I'm doing some concrete work. And
No, we got a list of
that's what I'm wondering. Is there like a lot?
We go through the town. We look at our receivers. We suck them out. We use the vac trucks. We scope our underground. We look at our pipes. Okay, we see what a receiver looks like. You get complaints from residents, which they're eyes and ears for us too. You can't be everywhere in this town. We got 400 lane miles. You know, we got 65 people, including office and foremans and everything. So your workforce is down there. You're trying to spread something out that you can't cover with our town employees.
All right, we're going to move over to Councilman Jazinski. Thank you, Rick.
I think what you're saying is that the short-term plan is to sub some of this work out. I think what we're all asking is what your long-term plan is as far as training, and that's what I'm deferring back to. We understand that there are people within your staff that don't have the capabilities. I mean, I know that, like, my staff get graded on their skill level and what they can do. Do we have anything of sorts that will tell us what each employee's abilities and skills and certificates
We
and all
know
that
what
stuff?
our employees are capable of. We try to move them around to teach.
I understand you do, but I don't think any of us do, and that's why we're raising the question, Rick. We're just trying to help you answer some of these questions, and what we'd like to know is that, yes, we understand you want to put notice to bid, and, you know, we need to take care of the short-term problem and take care of these projects, but we want to look to the future. We're looking to see what are we doing to invest in our employees, because, you know, I'd be a fool to say that the morale is really high in the highway. You know what I mean? It's not, and I think we need to put some reinvestment in these guys.
I think our morale's had a great improvement over the last year and a half.
Well, I'm just saying, Rick, what I'd like to see is, you know, some type of comprehensive training plan and the skill set of the people, so that us here on the board can make a logical, educated decision and help you. That's all we're asking.
Yeah, we took our tree department. We put them to a chainsaw program. We invited other departments. We invited the Parks Department.
Sure.
It was a success.
But can you put together that list for me, though, and give it to the board of, like, maybe breaking down what all
it's as this stuff comes up. We don't just snap our fingers and there's a course to take. No, it's planned out. These courses are spread out.
Correct.
So as we see them, we grab them and put our people into it.
Regarding this concrete resolution, is there anyone else on the board that'd like to comment? Because I'd like to call the question. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, could I call the question?
Resolution 2025-492 on the question.
All in favor?
Favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries.
Resolution 2025-498, sponsored by Supervisor Noack, seconded by Councilmember Pilarski. Highway Superintendent has prepared a list of streets for installation of new drainage, full-depth reconstruction and permanent improvements for the fiscal year 2025. Town Board of the Town of Cheektowaga hereby approves said 2025 paving, drainage, and reconstruction list, and to spend town highway funds as required by law in the amount not to exceed $5,048,610.70.
All right, on the question, this is another one that Councilmember Benchkowski and I talked about for a little while earlier. I think we're making progress toward getting this done the way we need to get it done, but I'm fine with moving forward with this list as it is. I know there's some question on the cover letter and some of the finer points on this. I'll open it up to the board for questions, comments, concerns. Councilmember Benchkowski.
Yeah, I think I'd be fine with it, but we have to have a 284 agreement that is signed by the highway superintendent, you, and the council board members. So for me, I can't vote yes on this resolution because there's actually no agreement. And I think that'll tighten things up, and then we, as the board, will have more understanding of what exactly is going to be done on all these streets at this paving list attached. That 284 agreement, I gave you all a sample of it, which it puts things in more detail. And we can amend it at any time too. So I'd be fine if we can have that ready for the next meeting. And this way we know how much is being spent of where it's coming from, CHIPS, because we set up all those accounts.
Which, one of the things that came up was the work for Suco. It was already done. We don't have a resolution on it. We want to get a resolution through in order to pay for it first. Now, this gets to the question of Pleasant and other road paving. Are we asking the highway superintendent to hold off on 3 weeks to do anything with Pleasant? Let's say.
No, because he doesn't even have the bid now, so he's got to wait.
So we're waiting on that in the opening.
Yeah.
What I want to make sure is taking care of this on August 12th doesn't slow down any of the work that we're doing. So,
It mentions here on the road commencing at what point and leading to what, because some of these streets have two sections also.
I talked to the town attorney a little bit about this resolution, and maybe he can help answer this question with previous experience, but suppose the board passed this resolution this evening and then signed a document after the fact. I'm imagining that's not the correct order to take this thing in, right?
You're required to sign it after the board passes the resolution.
Required to sign it after.
Yes. You can't sign the agreement prior to the board
But
authorizing
you
that
get
the
the final
agreement be
list
signed.
and all that.
Yes.
But we want to see the agreement.
Well, the agreement is, I'm sorry, I'm trying to, it's very similar to what you sent out. It's basically a blank form that has the A section, the B section. My understanding in speaking with Mark Crystal today is that he had provided a rather lengthy spreadsheet that included all of the information that is in the 284 agreement, but it's broken down in spreadsheet form where the street is, the length of it, the depth of it from A to B. All that information being in the spreadsheet. I haven't gone through the thing line by line, so I don't know what number of streets or what number of road miles are included. Not unlike some of our other contracts, it wouldn't be a problem, legally anyways, to say we attach it to the resolution, which I believe the spreadsheet is, so I'm told if it is.
It's in the agenda packet.
If it's in the agenda packet. And then you could put together the 284 agreement signed by the passing members of the town board, the approving members, the superintendent and the supervisor, simply adopting the terms and conditions of the attachments. You don't have to go through and type each one out separately, as long as the information is provided. So as a matter of efficiency, if the board accepts the way that it was presented, it doesn't have to go line by line according to the blanks that we found online. We can adopt, as long, again, if the information is present, you can adopt it as an attachment, not unlike a resolution where we say the contract with, I don't know, Ferguson, or the contract with the police. We don't usually put the entirety of that CBA in the resolution, we attach it.
Right. And now 284 agreements can be amended, right? Through the course of the year, let's say we do, just for future reference, because this is something we're getting up to speed on as a board. Let's say we do a 284 in March to cover the time period. This board can come back later on and make an amendment to the 284, right?
You can add to it, sure.
I just wanted to clarify that as well. If it's something that we have to sign after the fact, I don't see the issue, quite frankly, taking this up tonight unless there's issues with aspects of the 284 agreement. That's probably something that we should have a discussion on if we're talking about tabling this or doing this at a different time.
Well, some of the roads or in this attachment for this resolution, we didn't approve the resolution to go forward on getting a bid on, like Raymond's on there. And I think Beal, some of those others, you just can't even, I'm not good with, or I'm not okay without seeing the actual 284.
Yeah, no, I understand that. And, it's, if we table and take this back up and we're talking about bidding these things out in November, they're going to end up on the list anyway.
Yes,
So
they will, but, but there's, I think, a year though, requirement when I looked at that law. And it said, Section 284 provides in part that the monies levied and collected for the repair and improvement of highways, including the monies received from the state and other monies that we put aside as the town board levied by resolution shall be expended for the repair and improvement of such highways at such places and in such manner as may be agreed upon by the town board. Such agreement will be signed in duplicate. Okay, thus, Section 284 applies to monies levied and collected for the repair and improvement of highways and to any monies transferred by the town board to the repair account in the highway fund. Where did I find the 1 year?
Yeah.
Heard a request from multiple board members to table.
I think we should table it
Motion to
and get it-
table this?
Would you prefer to postpone because to postpone it to the next meeting or to do a table? So
Second that.
second on a postpone. All right. Do we have all in favor of postponing till the next meeting?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's postponed.
Resolution 2025-498 will be postponed until the August 12th Town Board meeting. Resolution 2025-504, sponsored by Supervisor Noack, seconded by Councilmember Flipsky. Town of Cheektowaga owns several garages in an office area utilized by the Town of Cheektowaga Highway Department. Said garages and offices area are served by two old, small, and outdated natural gas generators that were no longer functioning. Existing natural gas emergency backup generator at the Union and Elm Pump Station was in good working condition and could meet the minimum needs of the Highway Department. This town board directs the Engineering Department to facilitate the connection of the aforementioned generator for the use by the Highway Department garage and office area.
Right. On the question.
But I have a question.
No, don't hate to say it. I don't know if we talked about this one earlier.
No, all I wanted
Go
to
ahead,
know is
Councilmember.
where is, what, I guess you have a account number, or what is the cost? Is there a cost involved? Who's doing the work? Are our guys doing the work? Because there's nothing in the resolution.
Yeah, it's.
I would just like to know.
I'll check my email, see if I can find that.
Supervisor?
Mr. Bowen.
I believe that originally our guys were going to do this work. They started it and then determined they wouldn't be able to do the whole project.
Do you have a dollar amount available by chance?
I believe we got one verbal quote for 57,000. So we're
This was that working with Fry, or do we have a different company?
Fry Electric.
Have to put a notice to bidders out because it's over 50 or 35,000, 35.
Yeah, we'll likely have to do that.
Really should have done that rather than this resolution.
I think this resolution would simply authorize that we could do a subsequent resolution to do the notice to bidders if need be, if that's the case. And we can state the intent that resolved, notice to bidders is being sought to execute on this.
Yeah, because it's almost too open-ended for me.
Right, if that's the case, I hear you. If that's the case, hearing the lack of support, I'll make a motion to pull it.
Or
If the second will
postpone.
pull it.
Till the next meeting.
I mean, if we could.
Still not gonna have a dollar amount next meeting.
We should pull this item and reintroduce.
Reintroduce as a
I'd like to pull it. Mr. Flipsky, would you agree?
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you, Councilman. All right. Moving on.
The item is pulled by the sponsors, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Resolution 2025-506, sponsored by Councilmember Filipski, seconded by Supervisor Noack. This town board hereby creates the position of Principal Engineering Assistant within the Highway Department pursuant to civil service laws and rules effective July 22nd, 2025.
All right. You won't hear me say this too often, but I put my name on a resolution of something I don't necessarily want to do. The reason this is introduced is to try to solve the issues associated with engineering related to the Highway Department. My desired fix would be to formalize what we've been doing for the past 17 years. This is being put up as a potential alternative for the town board to discuss. And if we don't want to formalize the sharing of between the engineering department and the highway department, maybe we have a separate engineer for the highway department. That's all I've got to say on it. Any other council members?
Definitely something I don't want to do, but it's something that's going to be needed if we don't share the engineer between highway and engineering department. We just spent, what, $50,000 on an engineering firm for the bridge project? That could have been $50,000 towards one of our employees to do the work or whatnot.
Wait, we could have paid had our engineers do that, you're saying?
Rick, you object to approach?
Right here.
No, I'm asking that question.
But the directive was Crystal was to stay out of highway.
Not an engineer, though.
So it costs us
Want a certified
$50,000 to not do this?
Did, yes.
Having Mark with me would solve a lot of those problems that you're having right there. Tell you right up.
He's the one that's been telling me that stuff, so.
I'll tell you what, then we're involved together. There's two eyes on the job, and we'd have a lot more information traded between us and with you guys. So I think it would be a great improvement to have him with us.
Thanks. Any other council members on this?
It costs us $50,000 to say, okay,
So
we'll give you what you want.
this principal engineer position also
I
has
see.
less requirements than what Mark is his credentials, from what I'm told.
Councilmember Jazinski wishes to speak, and then we'll go over to Mr. Filipski.
Rick, I agree, you probably need an engineer, but we need a certified engineer. I personally, as a taxpayer in this town, don't want any certified engineer approving any work in this town that isn't certified, so,
License,
yeah, licensed.
professional engineer.
Professional engineer that's on the New York State Engineer License website that I can look up and reference like any other engineer. So I don't question Mark's, skill set, but going back to what we said, we got to train our guys. If Mark is able to be an engineer, by all means, get the license.
Thank you. Councilmember Filipski?
Engineer. So
Rick?
that's the whole idea.
Councilmember Filipski, the floor is yours.
Yeah, this extra $50,000, again, in a meeting in your office about this bridge stuff, the plans came in, here's the plans, I ain't an engineer, I ain't signing it, we don't have anybody in engineering that's gonna sign it, you gotta spend more money. That's the answer I got.
Council members? Call the question.
Resolution 2025-506 on the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Roll call, please. Councilmember Bukowski?
No.
Councilmember Benchkowski?
No.
Councilmember Filipski?
Oh,
Councilmember Jazinski? Councilmember Pilarski? Councilmember Thompson?
No.
Supervisor Nowak?
Yes.
Motion is defeated. That's the end of our resolution items. We do have some items that came in late. I need a motion and a second to waive the rules and include resolution items 2025-514, 515, and 517, since we already worked on 516. Do I have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Resolution 2025-514, sponsored by Councilmember Jazinski and Councilmember Thompson. Town Board hereby approves the aforementioned application of Tina Muma on behalf of Garden Brothers Circus for said temporary circus to be held at the Walden Galleria Mall from Thursday, August 28th through Monday, September 1st, 2025.
On the question? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I'd like my vote recorded as an abstention.
Here, resolution is carried. Resolution 2025-515, sponsored by Supervisor Nowak, seconded by Councilmember Thompson. Metal detector located in the Cheektowaga Town Court is required to maintain safety standards in the best interest of the employees and citizens alike to prevent the presence of harmful objects inside of publicly accessed courtrooms. Cheektowaga Police Department is requesting authorization to purchase one new Paragon ADA compliant GSA metal detector in order to replace the malfunctioning machine in the interest of public safety. Town Board hereby authorizes the purchase in the amount of $7,213.32 from Garrett Metal Detectors out of Garland, Texas.
On the question? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries.
Resolution 2025-517, sponsored by Supervisor Nowak, seconded by Councilmember Filipski. Notice to bidders for equipment and operators for the reconstruction of Pleasant Parkway. Resolution 2025-447 was issued at the July 8th Town Board meeting. Said notice to bidders stated that sealed bids were to be received on the 23rd day of July at 11 a.m. in the Cheektowaga Town Hall. The Cheektowaga B has moved to a new processing platform and missed the submission for the July 10th circulation. As a result, the notice to bidders did not make publication until the Cheektowaga B until July 17th. Sealed bids will now be received on the 6th day of August 2025 at 11 a.m. at a public bid opening to be held in the Cheektowaga Town Hall.
On the question, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries.
Our resolution items. Communications received by the town clerk's office include supervisor's statement of May 2025, minutes from the Environmental Advisory Committee of June 25th, Conservation Advisory Council minutes from July 9th, Planning Board meeting minutes of July 10th, and the Traffic Safety Commission meeting minutes July 15th. General communications include notice of claim and 2 summons and complaints.
Next up on our agenda is comments. We have public comment. This is an opportunity for residents to speak on matters involving the town of Cheektowaga. Each speaker may speak only once. Each speaker shall be limited to a maximum of 3 minutes speaking time.
Did you guys miss one of those? No, the other one.
We took up, front-loaded it.
Senior Services at the beginning of the meeting.
I was late, okay.
No problem. Thanks for looking out.
I am.
Clerk already said that if you were paying attention.
Moving on.
Record, you could say that to this resident.
You want some free advice, Councilmember?
Those of you who don't see what resident it's geared towards.
We have 2 speakers signed up for public comment. Joshua Argentino. Please let me know if I got that last name correct. Thank you. I couldn't tell the last few letters. The floor is yours, sir.
I just wanted to say thank you guys today. I know there were some true words said, but I know sometimes it's hard to stand on your toes when you're worried about election, but it's more important to the residents to speak out about the issues. And there's a lot of miscommunication. I know you guys know, but continue to stand on that and try and help, because obviously communication's everything. And when the town engineer or whoever, not pointing towards him, just generally, and you guys have no communication or a lack of communication, or he doesn't know something about a project and you guys do, or vice versa, I think it's very misleading to the public, and it's honestly sad that you guys don't know together what's going on, because how is the public supposed to trust you with making decisions with their money? So that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Our other speaker signed up, Wally Carriero.
Boy, am I confused. I should have came here to be a sewer employee, because I didn't know I didn't have to be a sewer employee when I came on board, that you would provide the training. The job says sewer authority, you should know what you're doing, right? Can I get a job in the IT department to walk a contractor around and drink coffee? Because it sounds to me like there's an awful lot of that in this town. And I think you're right, the employees ain't happy. You know why? Because I think they're finally having to start to do their job. Now, I got nothing in this other than I'm a resident that keeps watching my taxes do this, do this, do this, do this. And I don't see a lot of reaction coming from the board. And it's pretty sad when you have a meeting with people and you direct them to do something and they choose not to do it, and we find out 6 months later. That falls on you, Mr. Nowak. That's on you. You're the day-to-day manager of this town. You should know what every department's doing and how they're doing it. Sorry for pointing. That's our problem. Everybody's running around listening to their own music with their headphones on, having a good time. And when we call people up and say we need something to address, they say, we got to call the guy. You know what? I'm an HVAC technician. Hang on. I'll fix the air conditioning. Let me open up my phone here. I'll call the guy. My satellite dish ain't working. I'm going to call the guy. We have a bunch of people working the town that do nothing but call the guy. And when we ask for what their qualifications are, we can't even find out what their qualifications actually are, other than they know the phone number to the guy. The subcontracting has to be reviewed by this board, and that's exactly what happened tonight. And I think the residents will be okay, and they'll give you some patience if they actually see what's going on here. We have a town engineer, but yet it sounds to me like there's some guy running around this town who thinks he's the engineer, but he's not an engineer because he has no credentials of an engineer. And I'll gladly pay $57,000 for stamped drawings of a bridge if I'm going to walk on it. Because to me, understanding the fact that when you use the word engineer and they get this little stamp from New York State, that means they went to school and they learned what they were doing. I mean, I can cut a tree down. I may or may not hit my neighbor's house, but I'd certainly like to have somebody who knows how to cut trees down so I don't hit my neighbor's house. By the way, if you're hiring tree trimmers, let me know because I'm available because you'll train me, right? Have a good night.
All right. With that, we're going to move on to supervisors' comments. Just a few things. I did a town hall meeting last Thursday. We had a decent showing there. Had an opportunity to talk with residents about Pleasant and some other issues in the neighborhood. Issue in Town Park that we talked about at the last board meeting came up in discussion with residents and a number of other things. I had a meeting with a group called Spyglass a little over a week ago. What their business model pertains to is taking a look over our cloud computing contracts, our tech contracts, our software contracts, and trying to find us some savings. So basically, if they go through all of our contracts, for example, and find they can save us $10,000 to $20,000 a year, they would take 50 cents on the dollar. The town would get the other 50 cents back. That's their proposal. Still in talks with them to bring that before the board as a full, the board in full, to see if we want to go that route. But if we do, it's an opportunity to have somebody to look this stuff over and possibly provide us some savings. I think we do pretty good internally, but it's never bad to have a second set of eyes there. Budget season's underway. A couple department heads have already provided budgets. We're waiting for more of those to come in. I should have the vast majority of those on Friday from departmental budgets. From there, we'll take those documents and I'll get to work with our finance folks on putting together a 2026 tentative budget. That's all I've got for council members. I'll start with Mr. Pilarski and we'll sweep over to the other end.
Sorry about that. Polish Festival's coming up. There's the programs right there for anybody who's here and wants them, and then they're scattered throughout town, town hall, senior center, youth center, Alexander area, all that stuff, ice rink. So please attend this weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
I think we had some really good conversation tonight about accountability, and I just hope we can do that and hold people in power accountable. And I appreciate all the concerns, and I think it's up to the people to hold us accountable. But it's also us as board members to hold the people within this town working, hold them accountable too. So I hope, we can move forward with some of the stuff that we talked about with notice to bids and contracts and engineering and stuff like that and training. So I'll look forward to seeing the comprehensive training plan.
Councilmember Benchkowski.
Just real quick, because I know it's very, very late. I'm tired, but I've been working on this whole board packet all weekend because I look at it with a fine-tooth comb in case you didn't realize. I read everything. So it's only just because I need accountability here and we need to understand what's really happening in our town and the communication. It was good discussion and we want to get these projects done, but we also don't want to overextend ourselves so that we're not providing other services like in the fall, the leaf picking. I can't tell you how difficult when I was supervisor for 8 years, October came and the complaints and calls started because there was no leaf pickup till November and all the leaves were going into the drain. So maybe that's one of the reasons we need to reduce some of our drainage because all the leaves are in there now. They never picked up till November. So that's my spiel, but thank you everyone for your input, and I think we're heading in the right direction. We're going to get these projects done.
Councilmember Thompson.
I said my piece throughout the meeting, and I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but back on the same page of trying to understand why this stuff was not put out earlier in this year and whose decision that was to not do it. I don't know. Maybe I'll get an answer some point. Thank you.
Councilmember Bukowski.
Just wanted to do a little PR work here. The senior center has music. The summer concert is on, actually it was tonight. Obviously it's too late for that now. It's from, usually the music runs from 6 to 8. Next week on July 29th, the polka band 7 is going to be playing. And then August 12th is going to be Boys of Summer. And then again, just to remind everybody, this weekend is our Polish festival, starts Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And there is one more thing I want to bring up because this is something that's been bothering me for a little bit. I was born and raised and built my life here in Cheektowaga. This community is my home. Though I originally registered as a Democrat, like many, I found over time that my values no longer align with the party, so I changed my affiliation to the Republican Party nearly a decade ago. In 2023, believing I had more to offer, I ran for town council and was elected with the most votes. I now proudly serve as your Cheektowaga councilwoman. In the last couple of months, I faced some unjust personal attacks. While I respect freedom of speech and welcome fair criticism, I won't remain silent in the face of slander and false accusations. I won't remain silent. I've done nothing wrong. And to be told I'm treasonous, that's appalling. I'm far from being treasonous. And the reason why? Because I happen to vote and talk with the Democrats on this board. Isn't that what I'm supposed to be doing? Communicating and working together? I'm a 25-year Army veteran, retired lieutenant colonel, a longtime community volunteer, and former firefighter with Doyle, and a retired RN from the VA hospital. My loyalty is to the people of Cheektowaga, not to a party, to the people in this town. From day one, I believed in working together regardless of political affiliation. From day one, I said, I don't care what letter is after our name. We all were elected, and we work together. The supervisor assigns committee roles, and I currently serve on chair and co-chair on committees alongside the supervisor and Councilmember Pilarski. Effective teamwork requires communication. Okay, effective teamwork requires communication, and that will have positive results. I'm doing my job. I'm attending meetings, staying accessible to the public. I'm answering my phone. I'm answering emails, and I'm collaborating with department heads and fellow board members. I believe in bipartisanship, cooperation, compromise, and putting the people first. That's how I lead, and that's how I will continue to serve. Thank you.
Councilmember Filipski.
All right, real quick, if these are still here and awake, there's been some craziness in town over the last week and a half or so, 2 weeks. Some violence, some tragic accidents, and just some all-around debauchery. Chief, congratulations on your men and women. Some tough stuff they've responded to recently. I hope they're all hanging in there, and proud of you, all your people, and how they react and respond and continue to respond. Just one thing that just galls me, I shouldn't say gall, just bothers me, I guess, when the news interviews people and they always say, we called the police several times and they always let the guy go. It's not the police that are letting him go. It's the system that lets them go. Call your legislators, call your other elected officials, tell them you've had enough. This isn't a Democrat or Republican thing. This is a common sense safety issue. It's not the police that are doing it. It's not the courts that are doing it. Judges are frustrated. Cops are frustrated. People are frustrated. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to condemn this board to spend more time with each other tonight, to enter executive session to discuss pending litigation and matters leading to the discipline and/or suspension of particular persons, as well as an attorney-client privilege. Do I have a second for that?
Nobody seconds it, we go home. No, I'm just kidding. I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are in executive session.
I actually thought you were